Hi, Papaya. Welcome back. We're back to another Sapphic Sunday. Hi, Bunlivia. Do you want to elaborate on what you mean by you just refreshed your browser and I'm live again? Or you just staring at my freaking Twitch page all day? It's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy, Bunlivia. But we're back again with another Bell House game for Sapphic Sunday. Bell House is, of course, Studio Alon's publishing house for when they publish they publish Sapphic games made by other people. We love Studio Alon and Bell House. They're great. And this time we're not with. Jesus, great! I'm great at this. We're playing without a voice. I hear it's very sapphic. I hear it's about a exiled princess. And yes, but Olivia, want to elaborate though? What you mean by you just refreshed your browser? Please, please elaborate what you mean by that, because I don't quite comprehend. Where you're just staring on my page for nearly 20 hours. It's kind of creepy. Yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, that's what happened. You passed out for 20 hours? I'm judging you. I'm judging you heavily. This is a game about a exiled princess who has a chance encounter with a mysterious woman. I don't know much about it. I've seen like a few screenshots. I've been meaning to play this for a while, just been too busy with other Sapphic games, like, you know, our favorite Sapphic game. Please Be Happy. A good game. We love that game. How about we let's just jump in. Yeah, that's a sentence. How about we just jump right into it? Let's see where this takes us. Ooh. Content warning. Note the following game contains disturbing themes. That's what's happening. This list is not in no way exhaustive or complete, and not everything on this list is present in every playthrough. Please exercise caution while playing. There's violence, graphic depictions of death, gore, homophobia, incestophilia, Incestophilia would be weird. Incestophilia and codependency. Sounds great. Sounds like a right old time. Sounds like a great old time. I forgot about these warnings I read on the Steam page. It's a gay old time when cold cruel destiny has thee within her grasp. Thou may endeavor bravely, dear, to change thy fate, thy path. But fate cares not which twisted road you choose to take. You dance atop her palm with airy choice you make. Day 1. Going on the first day. This is not Majora's Mask. I only have 15 save slots. That is not a lot. I guess it's better than the 6 from the last week's game, which continually deleted itself every playthrough. It was morning like any other day. Thanks for the head pats, Possum. How are you doing? Hi, Papaya. The tragedy soon to unfold would affect so few people that time would swiftly forget it. Ear wiggle? Okay, here's your ear wiggle, Bunlivia. If the fucking camera would register my face. Here we go. For those involved, however, that morning was a maelstrom, drawing them with each in, closer and closer still. It all began innocently enough, with a simple exiled princess in a terrible predicament. Ah! Oh dear! I've run out of the firewood. If only I'd noticed yesterday. This has caught me quite unawares. The ex-princess in question was named Cassidy, and she was the eldest child of the kingdom of Varamir. That's clearly how you say the word. What's that you say? You've never heard of Varamir? Varamir? How dare you? One shouldn't be surprised. This all happened long before the universe summoned you into existence. At least I'm not being called old. At least I'm not old. That's good to know, right? At least I'm not saying I'm old. The next shipment isn't due for a little while yet. But I cannot wait. I won't be able to cook or do laundry without a fire. Mad cute though. She is mad cute. You do be mad cute. So long had the princess had Old English. I love it. So long had the princess had been living in this cottage alone that she'd taken to talking to herself just to feel less lonely. Determined to gather some wood before sundown, Cassidy grabbed a hatchet and some linen, then quitted the place. These are some great words. Never thought I'd be using the word quit in that type of way as a way to exit a room. Once outside, she paused, considering for the umpteenth time whether it would be best for her to lock the door. No one will come in anyway. My brother's agents never enter, and no one else travels this deep into the woods. Losing herself, Cassidy turned away and headed into the forest to begin her mission. I do love my ability to fucking read. It's great. Unfortunately, her determination and willpower were short-lived. As I thought, firewood isn't just lying on the ground, just waiting to be picked up. Though she'd brought a hatchet, she'd foolishly hoped she wouldn't have to use it. Faced with so many different types of trees, most of them were quite large, she was unsure how to proceed. Now that I think about it, how much firewood... That's not the right voice. Now that I think about it, how much firewood do I usually use at once? Oh, the more I try to remember, the more adult I get. Perhaps I'll just subsit the fruits and figs and fungus until the next crate arrives. Or you could chop the branches. Have you thought about that? A Tanley's stomach growl quickly puts a stop to such plans. Cassidy let out a sigh. For now then, I shall return to my favorite place. It always brings me peace. That place holds some magic I've always felt. I'm sure I shall be able to think of something once I'm there. Her spirit restored, Cassidy hefted her linen satchel a little higher. It was not long until she would be comfortable again, she thought. Why, you're as radiant as ever. There were many views to take pleasure in this forest, but this one in particular always brought her delight. Though she had lived here now for some seasons, the tree before her seemed never to change. I don't know much about wisteria, but they meant to stay in. Are they meant to stay in bloom year round? Perhaps the winters here are mild. Wisteria shall wither not, when flakes of winter shall fall. Yet all must some day perish, while heeding nature's call. By nature, wields not power or a soul. A clear wind chime voice caught Cassidy's attention. That's not a man. I'm an idiot. I have to find another voice now. Cassie's heart stuck in her throat as she followed the sound and caught sight of the woman. I am just fucking my all the voices up. Cassie's heart stuck in her throat as she followed the sound and caught sight of the woman sitting there. She had thought hard. Girl pretty, thought hard. You know, you're not wrong. Now, what was the keybind again? Was it this one? Yes, it was that one. What was the keybind again? Is it this button? It is that button. She never before seen a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. Now, what voice do I give this lady? This fine, fair maiden. My apologies for interrupting your poem, madam. It was only a couplet. You did not interrupt so much as improved it. Oh? Then all the better. But it is not safe to be so deep in the wood. Tarry not. I live here. It is quite safe, I assure you. I dare say I have lived here much longer than you have. No harm has ever come to me in these woods. Perhaps our experiences were merely differ. Certainly. I concede your point. Cassidy paused a long while, unsure how to carry on the conversation. How strange. How strange. I used to make small talk with all the courtiers as if it were nothing. Has time truly affected me so? You say you lived here? I do. I have never seen you. I'm quite sure of it. I would remember someone like you. Whereabouts do you live, if you do not mind my asking? Hardly a stone's throw from where we now stand. A stone throw? How can that be? That's highly suspicious. Are we gonna be suspicious? Are we gonna be sus of this fair maiden? Or do we just say, how can that be? A stone's throw away. Quite the interesting thing. That's highly suspicious. I've explored this area many times, and I've never seen any abode. And her wording is so vague. What could be the meaning of that? I don't understand. Can that be so? Are you accusing me of being a liar? Well, no, I would never lie. In fact, I'm quite incapable of it. She seems even more on her guard now. What have I done? Oh, what are my manners? My name is Cassidy. I, too, live nearby. You may call me Elowen. Elowen? What a lovely name. What a lovely name. Me frowns. God damn it. Yes. What a lovely name. I think I have resting bitch face. I think VC faces just tell me I have resting bitch face. And I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that, VC face. Can't believe it. Besides, I was already aware that you lived nearby. What? How? I've seen you before, albeit from a distance. You come here often. Oh dear, I must have been making a complete fool of myself. I'm sorry that you've had to witness that. Cassidy thought back to all the complaining she'd done under this tree, and all the time she's sullied herself trying to gather fruit. There were many other, truly mortifying of memories she stared at the ground in shame. When she looked up, however, Elwyn was smiling. I'm now northern. The narrator is now northern. Cassidy felt her tension wane. You're now northern. God damn, what a time. Free spirit? Sounds a bit familiar, does it not? Anyways. Did your sub just run out? Did I just witness your subscription just run out? With my own eye? Did I just literally witness your subscription run out in front of my eyes? Live re- Oh no, wait. What the? Where did the badge go? The badge just was gone for a single message. What the fuck happened there? The Fey Tree Spirit. Interesting. Why did the badge disappear for a single message? Look at the on-screen chat. Your first badge disappeared for a single message. Yeah. What the fuck? What the hell? I thought your sub ran out like in the right I thought we just witnessed your subscription just ran out. But I mean, has it been a month yet? It's not been a month, right? Even if that was the case, right? Has it? It hasn't. There's still 2 days left. Where did it go? What? So, what brings you back to this place? I want you to calm myself. Calm yourself? What for? What could possibly cause you distress? Hello, phone. Ah, yes, someone's gone live. What a time to be alive. What a sour tone. Did you think I just daydream and lazy about all day? Many things I'll have you know. That at this very minute, I'm on a mission that might mean the difference between life and death. Oh? Then yet you dally here. What could this mission involve, pray tell? I see my presence not wanted here. I shall return to my search for it forthwith. Just as she was about to turn away and leave Elwyn and the wisteria tree behind, Cassidy heard Elwyn laugh softly. It was a bewitching sound. Bewitching, you say? Interesting. Interesting wording. Bewitching. What a time. I see I've offended my lady. No offense was meant, I can assure. Really? Truly. I would never wish to cause you pain. Tell me of your mission. I think I'm gonna regret giving Element that voice with how airy it is, but fuck it, you know? I have run out of firewood. Upon hearing this, Element stood up, dusted herself off. She's tall. She's tall. Hey, yo, she's tall. Allow me to be of service. She's tall. Hey, yo, she tall? Tall? In love? I wish this model could pick up my doing like side lip thing, you know, like the Ayo? Ayo? Ayo, tall. Ayo? Ayo? Just gonna casually... Yeah, just gonna casually do that, and, Oh no, I couldn't possibly input... Please, this tree suffers so much every time you shed your teeth. Please, this tree suffers much every time you shed your tear in frustration upon it. Just gonna, you know, just gonna... Yet despite her abrasive words, Elwyn was tirelessly helping. It was she who taught Cassie to gather smaller bits of kindling and to use the hatchet when provided insufficient. If you wrap these small branches together, they shall burn just fine. I see. Oh, I am certainly glad to have to chop down a whole tree. I was worried about that. Yes. Once fell, the tree can never rise again. Take of them their fruit, their branches, but spare them their roots and lifeblood. Lifeblood? Do trees have blood? That's certainly news to me. This forest is quite old, you know. I wish it would stay forever this way. But man hath trouble leaving things be. The disparity between Elwyn's indifferent expression and the biting tone of her voice made Cassie's heart ache. I mean, you know, I didn't think about that, Bolivia, but that does make sense. I love trees. She must love trees. She must love trees. She must have a bad experience. She must love trees. I agree. Nature is wonderful, isn't it? At times can be. This is rather awkward. What did she mean by that? The two continued through the forest, gathering wood and passing time with easy conversation. As they walked leisurely, the sun began to sink. So too did the satchel of wood over Cassidy's shoulder sag. It seems that you've gathered plenty of wood now. Surely, that'll be enough. Ah, you're right. The time had quite gotten away from the exiled princess. I do in fact love how I unnecessarily paused between words for some odd reason. Now that their afternoon together had come to an end, Cassidy was afraid. Afraid and hopeful, which was perhaps more dangerous still. Then, excuse me, Miss Elwyn? Yes? Might I... That is, might we meet again? It gets lonely here. It gets so lonely here. A game by a completely different company. A completely different person and different branch and different people. But still, it does get so lonely here. I still need to play the fairies. The fairies song? What was the sequel? I played the fairies. What? Last time I played. I can't find it because it's up here on the F section, isn't it? I see. I played the Fairy's Secret, the sequel to the Fairy's Song. I need to figure out a time to do that at some point. But probably not this month, I think. Maybe. I don't know. We still have... how many more weeks? How many more Sabbath Sundays in Pride? Let's see. 2 more. We'll see how we go in this one. If there's more, if we're out of time, there's still like other endings to get for this one. I might do this again next week, but that's we're still early. We're barely an hour in. You have no idea how happy I am to meet another person living in this wood. And a woman at that. Yet the expression on Elowin's face showed that she had, in fact, some idea. I was about to suggest the same. You might find me in this area most afternoons. I see. Then, until tomorrow. Would that we meet so soon, my lady? With that, Elowin bowed and left. Her steps make almost no sound. What a graceful woman. Not just beauty, but elegant and smart. I'm getting a crush. I do like her blushies. Very cute. Very cute, very cute. We love it. We love it. Cassie cute. As she walked back to her cabin, Gushin, fuck you. As she walked back to her cottage, so filled with thoughts of Elowin, was her head. That Cassie forgot all about her fatigue and the weight of her burden. She certainly is opinionated, but she must have so much more experience living independently than I. Yet I'm not a bother to her. I hope I'm not a bother to her. And with that, the once princess returned home. Blissfully unaware of the roots that were this very moment, grabbing hold of her heels and pulling her beneath. I'm sorry, what? Huh? It's a side of 4 pizzas days. Kidding not, but expecting change. I posit these men are by routine hogtied. They expect not, and are by not satisfied. They too. There is a sort of melancholy one feels when closing a book for the final time. Feeling its last words wash over you as you leave its world, return to your own life. It was ennui. Ennui. Words, yes. It was an ennui that Cassidy had grown used to. In her former life, she had received the best education that money and bribery might buy. Now that bright mind is left to languish, fed by nothing more than a single new book every fortnight. Hello, mouse for freaking scrolling backwards. By now, Cassidy was in the habit of reading very slowly indeed. She shut her She set her latest tome and placed it upon the table, next to a half-written letter to her brother. I never sound quite myself in these letters. How do you write from a distance to one whom you once saw daily? And how do you write anything at all when your life has grown so dull? She decided to pen a few more sentences on how moved she was. She felt after reading the book, and how profoundly distressed she was by the ending of it. Family is important, but so, too, is recognizing the value of what you have before it is too late. If only the king had realized what a wonderful daughter he had. And I hope that you realize how much you are loved by me, your once and only sister. Your one and only sister. Not once. That kind of sounds like I died. Or you died. Or something happened. She paused, overcome by sheer feeling, and decided to keep that final bit to herself. I need to get my chapstick. My lips are fucking dry as hell. I've returned. Whoop. It was so desperate for comfort. The princesses did not ride. Right? Cringe. Whinge. Ah, whinge. How do you say this word? Cringe. Yes, it's a whinge. I don't figure how to say word. Looks like cringe? Whinge. Yes. Never saw the word whinge written out. But that actually makes sense how that's spelled. It was too desperate for comfort, and princesses did not whinge so. No, that won't do at all. How unbecoming. With a sigh, Cassidy stared at the crackling fire. She had more than enough firewood now to last her until next shipment of wood. The sight reminded her of Elwyn. I wonder what Elwyn is doing at this very moment. She could not fathom the day-to-day life of such a mysterious personage was utterly beyond her imagination. Her curiosity, so engaged, it was now impossible to ignore. And so, the fair Cassidy resolved herself to take a walk, and casually seek the other woman out. Perhaps I'll even stumble across where she lives today. Wouldn't it be exciting to surprise her at her home? Thinking nothing of it. Thinking nothing of how inconvenient, how overly forward and impertinent it might be, she departed immediately. OBS. Once outside, Cassie took in a deep lungful of crisp forest air. How lovely it is today. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Is there ever a cloud in the sky? Of the 2 days I've seen, has there ever been a cloud? Is there ever a cloud in the sky of the 2 days I've seen? She took measured steps into the forest, constantly scanning the area around her on the lookout for this elusive domicile. Might anyone live in a cottage like mine? She's so elegant. I cannot imagine her doing housework. Then again, I could hardly imagine myself doing housework not so long ago. Oh, how times change in person. time to change a person. Cassidy reached her beloved wisteria tree before long and eagerly drank in the sight of it. She ran up to the tree and encircled it with her arms as if meaning to embrace it.
Hello, dear tree. You are looking as lovely as ever today. There was certain someone sits not beneath your bough this afternoon.
She leans to one side, then another, looking around the tree and into the forest to see if she might spy a window or the billowing of a chimney smoke. Sadly, she could not make out of any more trees. Does she live in the tree? Because technically there's a stone's throw away. The stone being thrown nowhere, but a millimeter.
I can't suppose that Ellen lives in a treehouse, does she? Certainly not.
Whoop!
Oh!
Startled, Cassidy jumped it, her foot catching unhappily on one of the tree's roots, sending her flailing forward.
Careful.
Ellen's arm shot out at once, her vice-like grip snarling the once princess in time. Ellen's touch was so cold, yet her movements decisive. Cassie's heart raced.
Was you truly worried about me?
It took Cassidy several moments to regain her composure. Elwyn, too, looked a bit shaken.
Like interesting you arrived when you did. Though truth be told, if you hadn't startled me, so I wouldn't have had fallen. Is that so? I shall endeavor to be less frightening in future then. Oh dear, she may have mistaken my meaning. I was only trying to cover up my embarrassment. Perhaps Ellen was joking.
That's not necessary. I like how I've just been picking on the second answers the whole time. Non-stop.
I don't understand what you mean. I certainly don't think you're frightening. Oh? Your earlier words seem to suggest otherwise. I was merely... Oh, never mind. Confusing you are. Still, how curious it is for you to be meeting here again. You come here often. I live nearby. What is curious about it? I'm merely saying that it's serendipitous. It must be fate. Fate has nothing to do with it, I assure you. Oh, but it is so much more romantic to think of it as fate. I can think nothing less romantic than fate. Perhaps this is something not yet possible for you to understand. Don't speak as though you're much older than... Don't speak as though you're older and wiser than I.
Elwyn laughs a little.
How old are you, anyway? How old do you think?
Cassidy stared at Elwyn, gazing deeply into her eyes, as if she might find the other woman's secret there. I'm trying to stare into your eyes. Ellen, can you crouch down a bit? I can't stare into your eyes. You're a bit too tall. Ellen, can you crouch down a tiny bit? Please?
Older than I first thought, perhaps. A wise answer.
Elwyn tipped her head slightly to motion seeming to indicate a desire to walk. Cassidy was only too happy to comply. Together, the two women strolled. Their time together was marked by companionable silence. Cassidy, never before a quiet girl, was desperate to fill it. But what conversation might pique Elowin's interest wasn't clear. She peered slyly at Elowin's face and profile. So striking and noble did it seem.
Eleanor has the air of an aristocrat.
Thank you, Pasta, for the hydrate. This is for you. Posture check. And a stretch. Are you not also thirsty, Bolivia? Are you not? But don't lie to me. I know. Good.
She has the air of an aristocrat. What could someone like she be doing living in the forest? And again, am I not in the same position? Perhaps it's something she finds difficult to speak about.
And as a gust of wind whistled through the clearing, causing Cassidy to shiver and rub her bare arms. Frigid, is she not?
The sun will be setting soon. It will grow colder. Perhaps we should.
It was then that the question Cassidy had been ruminating on over all this afternoon burst forth.
Would you like to come to my cottage?
Elowin appeared quite overcome.
Is that wise? Whatever do you mean? How can you extend such an invitation to one such as me, whom you hardly know? You are entirely too trusting. I'm surprised at you. Two solitary women ought to stick together out in these wilds. Besides, who else have I to invite? That is. I sometimes feel quite lonely out here, don't you?
Elowin turned her head slightly and gazed into the forest behind them, as if peering at something only she could see.
Loneliness, then. I see. Very well. I will take you up on your offer.
Though puzzled by Elowin's hesitation, Cassie overjoyed that her invitation had been accepted. There was a spring in her step as she led the other woman to her home. Gamers? Hi, Papaya Decker, how are you doing this fine afternoon? Let me just do this, because I haven't done this in a hot minute. What if I misspelled your name? Oh, hi, it's me. Oh, hi, the cliffhanger is broken again. Great. Just great. The moment I want to use the cliff player, it fucking breaks. It's me. Wait, I wonder. Is the problem my earbuds? Let me try something real quick. Nope, nothing. I've also murdered the game sound. Wait. The shout out had said noise. For a second. Hello? Cliff player. Hello? Cliff player. Yes, toaster. I'm just gonna close it, open it again. I'm gonna do it again for fun. Maybe it'll fix itself. No, it's just broken in general. Okay. It's just broken in general. I love it. It's great. Thanks, Player, for not wanting to exist properly. It was working fine. Literally yesterday, it was fine. It worked. Bonlivia saw it work one time. Pain. Maybe there was too many browser sources open. Do I per slaps have too many browser sources? That would make sense. Oh hi.
No, you were supposed to die. I need your meat.
Oh bye.
Take this, Happy.
Tits still working still. Okay, tits not still working. Is this turned off? Shut down source. I don't need this anymore. I still need that sound. I need that sound source. I need that other thing. I need that. I need that. Do I need that? Yes, I need that. Tits. I don't need V magic at the moment, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't need VTuber in background as a scene. I don't need Rat Fuji. I just kept Rat Fuji for there for ages for some reason. I don't need. What is?
I got you.
Store. A new dawn is upon us. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Whatever Discord window capture. Whatever Discord window capture as a thing that exists here. I don't need Gang Beast. I don't need PS4. Oh well. Whatever. It's fine. It played a bit of the clip. Kind of. I just pull the clip myself. But also, that's a lot of work. That's too much work to go through your clips to find it. Oh well. Anyways, back to being gay. The puzzle by Eleanor's hesitation, Cassidy was overjoyed by her invitation. Mouse scroll wheel. Don't scroll randomly. Don't scroll that. What the fuck? My cursor. My goddamn mouse is against me. There was a sprinkled step as she led the other woman to her home. It was only in front of the cottage that Cassie suddenly understood what an impetuous thing it was that she was doing. Is the house clean enough? She thought she could not seem to recall when she had last swept or aired out the bedding. Is this where you live? Yes. It's charming. Thank you. I wish I could take more credit for that. This house was here long before I arrived, and the furniture is not truly my own. Still, it suits you. Thank you. Bolstered by Ellen's reaction, Cassidy finally gained the courage to follow through. She opened the door wide, gesturing for the other woman to enter. It is quite spacious. You live here? Alone? That's right. It's not so bad. I don't have anyone to tell me what to do or where to go. I have the freedom to now that I've never known before. Perhaps, but sometimes I believe that being tied down is nothing is easier.
If you don't recognize you're being strangled, it's just a pleasant, light-headed feeling.
Hmm?
I don't really understand. It's alright. You don't. It's alright if you don't.
Ellen walked slowly from one part of the room to the next, her fingertips ghosting over every surface. She looked to be seeking the essence of each object, taking it every minute, minute flaw, and deciphering its true nature. Cassidy wondered what Ellen might discover about her if only she allowed it. If only she dared. It was unbearably quiet. Just then, Ellen came across the book Cassidy had finished reading.
Oh, that's a book my brother sent to me. I get so frightfully bored here that these books have become my sanctuary. I'm expecting a new shipment soon. Your brother?
Ellen was silent for a time, digesting the new information. And then her eyes fell to the half-finished letter haphazardly placed next to the book. Cassie followed her gaze, eyes wide. She leapt forward to snatch the letter away. How much had the other woman seen? She colored in mortification. Mortification. I can't read. No, not words.
Your brother's far away from here? Yes. Is it beautiful? The place where you once both lived. I have not once seen its equal. More beautiful than this cottage prison of yours.
Cassie could not hide her surprise at Ellen's poisonous choice of words, nor could she hide her sudden tears. Getting called out? Let me just wipe those real quick. Let me just wipe those for you, Cassidy. It's not working. Well, we've already made three of these, so might as well just continue them, right, Olivia?
It's not like that.
Made that with a gush? She dried her eyes delicately, but with determination. Now is not the time for tears. Be frank.
Things are complicated. It's not as clear-cut as you seem to believe.
Undoubtedly.
The affairs of men often are. However, all that I need to know is that he is there and you're here. That he is responsible for that difference can be inferred quite easily. You are a fast reader to be able to jump to such a conclusion so swiftly. I'm unhappy here, Ellen. Can you say that truly? With an unclouded heart.
Ellen peered into Cassie's eyes, and her gaze held like two magnets, holding each other and closer still. Yet Cassie could not do it. She could not look Ellen in the eyes to tell the untruth. Tell an untruth. Ellen looked to the window, then to the wall.
It has gotten dark. Oh my, how rude of me, I had not offered you tea or any refreshment. Do not trouble me on my account. Do not trouble yourself on my account. I must away. I did not mean to impose so long. You're hardly in a position. You were kind and good.
Cassidy's face lit up.
Kind and good things do not survive long in a world such as ours.
And just as quickly as it had come, the sudden rush of delight has left her. Bowing her head, the other woman was out the door and gone, leaving her in confusion in her wake. When she looked out the window to glimpse the same view that Elwyn had just beheld, what Cassie saw before her was but a bleak uncertainty. Without wisdom or experience, storm shall ill-weathered be. But when you're nearby, dear one, no storms can bother me. Day 3! The exiled princess paused on the very first line of her letter.
Is that too familiar? Will he unlike it? To my dear Alexander? Hamilton. The brother of her memory was a kind boy, but rather stiff.
And particularly mindful of decorum. Following the events of the previous evening, Cassie felt compelled to rewrite her half-finished letter.
Not that Alexander would care, or want Alexander to see me at my best. I do not wish to disappoint him or bore him with my minutia. That's how you spell minutia?
Interesting.
My original draft.
She sighed, recalling the contents of the now ripped up pages. Not?
What are you talking about?
Whatever you're talking about, Olivia.
I am not sure. I pined far too much. I would never whine, of course, but my words were drawing near that. I only...
She was afraid to admit even to herself how much she missed her brother. Cassie finished the letter without much of a fuss. She wrote briefly of Elwyn, a passerby, helping her find firewood. Most of the contents, however, were in regards to the book she had recently finished. God damn it, I can't hide the text box.
Perhaps this will encourage my brother to send me more. To my dear Alexander, I hope this letter finds you well, dear brother. I have greatly enjoyed the last book you sent me. However, it had such a sad ending. Even though the father loved his youngest daughters so, it all came to nothing in the end. Both of them died. Can there be any worse fate than to die at your loved one's hand? I dare say not. The book has given me much to think about, though I do hope you send a happier tome next time. I do begin to tire of reading such dreadful words.
When Cassidy looked out the window, she knew the sun had started to set.
Oh dear. Was there a rising for so long? Silly me.
She folded up her letter and placed it in an envelope, sealing it with the royal wax seal she was given. She stood and stretched her arms above her head. How do you send the letter, though? By what, carrier pigeon? Crows?
I've hardly moved at all today. That is no good.
Cassidy walked to the front of the cottage, where she normally left her letter halfway beneath the door for an agent to collect. She just stuffed her letter under the door when...
Princess?
Cassie's blood ran cold in just a moment. Yet she soon realized who was addressing her, and relaxed.
You surprised me, Elwyn.
Wait. Why did you address her as princess? She spoke to the other woman, through the half-opened window of the front cottage.
I'm no princess, you know. Is that so? You seem like one to me.
Cassidy was not sure how to respond to that sentiment.
I casually let slip that I was a princess? I did not realize that I still behaved in the manner of one. Lifelong habits cannot so soon be discarded, as it seems. There's an envelope under the door. Oh yes, do you leave it there? It's outgoing. Outgoing?
Ellen paused for a long while, but said no more on the subject.
May I come in? Of course, I'm sorry, I should have invited you sooner. I was so taken aback. See. I did not mean to surprise you so. It's alright, a happy surprise, I'm so glad to see you.
She opened the door and ushered Elwyn in. This time, Cassie did not forget her manners. She quickly flew into the kitchen to make her guests some tea, and pulled out the crackers she had set aside for just such an occasion. Ellen politely sipped the tea, but did not touch the crackers. I'm running out of safe slots already. I'm running out of safe slots already. Ah.
I wonder why she does not eat. Perhaps these are not to her taste? It seems a waste when I saved these crackers purposely in order to be a good hostess when next she came.
Though she was confused, Cassie quietly ate a cracker or two before patting the tray away. The two women talked pleasantries and for some time, though it became rather apparent that Elwyn's attention lay elsewhere.
Is everything quite alright? Why do you ask? You seem somewhat reserved. That is more than usual. That letter. That letter. You said it was outgoing. Is that the letter you wrote to your brother? Oh yes! If I leave the letters there, someone will come and collect it. Someone? How can that be? You do not go into town to have your mail delivered?
She was at a loss for words of how to explain. Cassidy herself knew what her situation was extraordinary. You see, although I live alone, I am well taken care of. My brother provides everything. Every fortnight or so, his agents deliver food and supplies for me. Someone is around to collect my outgoing letters once or twice a day. I only ever send my brother letters, of course. I was not wrong. I was not wrong when I said this place was like a jail. Why do you live here alone, when he clearly has enough resources to take care of you? Cassidy shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Ellen's eyes seemed not to look at her so much bore into her soul. Cassidy felt judged and demeaned, unworthy. Although she had not yet responded to Ellen's inquiry. No matter how she phrased it, in her head it sounded awful. My brother put me here for my own safety. She took a deep breath. When you called me princess earlier, you were not far off the mark. I once was a princess, though I am no longer. After my father, the king's death, I was to inherit the throne, but our barons in Parliament voted no confidence. Worse, I was then handed trumped up charges of treason. I very well could not have been executed. Instead, my younger brother intervened on my behalf. So, you are alive? In exile, but alive? The former princess surprised herself at the depth of her own feelings, at the desperation with which she tried to convince, especially herself, that this was for the best. Is this so terrible? This cottage is lovely. It is a good thing to be among the nature like this. How can you be so positive? What? You speak so fondly of your brother, when he is the one who exiled you, who left you here to rot in isolation. It's not like that, Elowen. What part of what I said is false? Tell me. It's not that simple. It's not Alexander's fault. She found herself repeating her thoughts on the matter, mechanically things she only half believed. Just check something real quick. Okay, wait. Everything's fine. Everything's still hunky-dory. Hunky-dory. She had said all these things before. It seemed she no longer believed. She had said all these things before. It seemed she no more believed them now. As a result of your dear brother, as a result of your dear Alexander intervention, you were exiled, were you not? Who's to say he was not responsible for the unfavorable vote in the first place? Why would he do that? What would he have gained? The The crown?
It's clear to me that you know nothing of the politics. How can you level such accusations against the one who saved my life? I've previously stated my belief that you were kind and good. I have now revised my opinion. You're a blind fool. As I am mute, you are blind. Altogether, too blind to the selfish ways of the world. What is your meaning? It is nothing. Believe in your brother all you wish. But you cannot deny that there is a truth in what I've said.
Elowen rose from her seat in one swift motion, and then headed for the door.
Good night, princess. I am a princess no longer. Mock me not, I beg you.
Just like that, she was gone, disappeared into the darkness. Cassie wrapped her arms around her torso, hugging herself for comfort in the wake of Elowen's sudden, indignant anger. Feeling comfort none, the former princess squeezed her eyes shut.
Oh, Alexander. If only she knew you as I do, then she would understand.
There is treasure that cannot be bought, no matter how long it may be sought. It is something priceless, yet free. I speak, of course, of an apology. Day 4! After a restless sleep, Cassie awake to the sun's harsh rays. She stretched, arcing her back to release the tension there. Finally, her gaze went to the front door. There was an instant flack of a letter beneath it.
They must have come in that night. How diligent my brother's agents are. You are a blind fool.
All at once, the memories of her argument with Elowen nearly knocked the wind out of her.
I cannot believe I divulged such secrets to someone I barely know.
Cassie was puzzled both by herself and at Elowen's odd behavior.
I'm sure she has a reason. Elowen appeared so upset. I wonder if she experienced something similar. Perhaps my blind optimism reminded her too much of it.
Number 2, yes, of course. Always number 2. Always number 2.
I'm sure she's not worried for me. I'm sure she's only worried for me. She seemed to inspire that breed of pity in others. I can understand that. I'm afraid I often come off as quite helpless. I must ask her about her own life. We know so little about each other. It's no wonder she would react that way. One can only draw conclusions based on what you already know.
Presently, there was a knock on the door. Given how long it had been since her last shipment, as well as the fact that Elowen was far more likely to announce her presence with her words, Cassie could only draw but one conclusion. It was nearly 10 minutes before opening the door. It was protocol. She knew not who her brother sent, and it was unclear whether they knew whom they were delivering to. The royal family of Aramor were a distinctive look to them. Had a distinctive look to them. It would not do for too many people to know who she was, or that a former princess dwelt here. When she finally allowed herself to open the door, she found a large wooden crate, not unlike the previous ones. Sitting atop the crate's contents was a sealed envelope. Cassidy instantly recognized the severe courtesy.
To my sister, I am glad to hear that you are adjusting well to life at the cottage. Doubtless there are many things that challenge you given your former life, but we must all make the best of things. I know you have too much time on your hands, so I have been sure to close more books for you to read. You may one day be called upon to marry well for the advantage of king and country. As such, it is the utmost importance that you keep your mind sharp and your hands idle.
The last part seemed to have been written later, as the script looked slightly different.
I think of you often. I worry. I think of you often. I worry about you more often still. But safe in the forest, keep to yourself. Though I know that is difficult for you. Please, await my next letter. I remain your loyal brother.
That was an oddly fast response. She read over the letter many times, trying her best to glean affection from it.
Huh? Alexander has always been a little awkward. I'm sure the last bit was added with some reluctance after one of his advisors chastised him for the contents of his letter.
Smiled and ran her fingertips across the part that read, "I think of you often." But then she remembered the sentence about marriage. How thoughtful.
I don't want to marry. I've never considered marriage ever since my exile.
Hello there. I am given cherries. Cherries.
I never considered marriage even before my exile. Can a noble or royal from another nation be content with a wife who had been living in the forest? I even considered myself in such a marriage. Could even content myself in such a marriage.
This letter did not raise her spirits as much as the letter from Alexander usually did. The implication of it weighed on her.
Of course I must be useful to the kingdom somehow. Why else would I be alive? If I can be of use even as a disgraced princess?
Cassidy sighed. She could not finish that thought. All of a sudden, Cassidy wanted nothing more but to see Elowen again.
I'll seek her out, I must. I will seek her out, I must.
The other one's permanent presence would certainly be a salve for her current mood. That was her reasoning, and she swiftly acted upon it. Cassidy set the crate away inside the cottage, and then set off. After a long, fruitless walk, about the forest, she arrived in front of the wisteria tree.
Elowen. Princess. I'm no longer a princess. Just because you no longer live in a castle does not mean that you are no longer a princess.
Cassie was reminded of the word marriage once again. Elowen was right. She was still considered a princess, insofar as a princess could be useful. A long silence passed between them. Both were conscious, no doubt, of the argument that had transpired between them, an argument they had not yet resolved.
I'm sorry.
Elowen's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, but Cassie, staring into the other woman's face as she was, took note.
I should not have burdened you with my circumstances to begin with. But you're only worried for me. I should have been more sensitive in my explanation. No.
Cassie was struck by the sight of Elowen's soft smile as she laughed. The former princess's heart fluttered, and her brother's wedding was promptly forgotten.
It is nothing. It would seem that I too am quite the fool.
They are thusly cleared, and the two women were able to enjoy the rest of the day together. They whiled the time away in companionable satisfaction. That night, Cassie drifted off to sleep with a full heart. Strings of love are often unseen. Though wrapped around you, they may be. When tied fast, none can come between, nor challenge humble fate decree. Day 5.
How beautiful it is today. Indeed.
Elowen had surprised Cassie early that morning, arriving at her front door with that morning.
But Elowen didn't even knock. Silly creature. I wonder if she would have left if I had seen her and opened the door.
The thought bothered her almost as much as the notion of Elowen might not yearn for Cassie's company the way Cassie did for hers. After some time spent lingering, both paralyzed by indecision, they decided to go on a leisurely nature walk. For the next few hours, they strolled through the forest together, stopping here and there to pick berries and mushrooms.
That one is poisonous. Do not touch it. Right.
Cassie drew her hand back in mortified alarm.
It would not do for your lovely skin to be marred by poisonous spores. Poisonous spores, I gave the wrong voice, whoopies.
Cassie hazarded a glance at the other woman's face, but Elowen looked as unflappable as ever.
Poisonous?
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure it's poisonous? Are you what sure it's poisonous?
How can you be so sure? How do you know so much? You know so much about flora and fauna. However, did you learn it all? I have lived here many years. In that time, I have witnessed many interesting things. I have learned much. Letting the people who pass through educate me. However... It's been a solitary life. I have seen much, but experienced little. Elowen? I have long felt like someone on the outside, looking in on a world I could never touch.
There was a melancholy in Elowen's countenance that Cassie had not yet seen. Never thought a woman capable of. The Elowen she knew was dignified, taking some charge of her emotions that none ever showed.
I have not known her long, of course. Perhaps that was merely how she comports herself around those of her acquaintance. What made you decide to reach out to me? Reach out? That is...
She thought back to their first meeting, the way her own heart had leapt at sight of Elowen. And Elowen had known all about her, had apparently been watching for some time.
You didn't have to be sitting under the tree that day. You could have continued watching me from afar. You found me and spoke to me. I thought you delicately beautiful.
The matter-of-fact way that Eleanor said this struck Cassidy. She was flattered, of course, yet part of her was also worried. Beauty was not something lasting. It would be a shaky foundation for any relationship. If it had been a courtier complimenting her beauty, Cassidy might have taken it better.
Thought? That's past tense, is it not? What do you think of me now? I just don't think of you exceedingly beautiful, but dainty and delicate you are not. You're far from being the poised princess I took you for.
Cassidy winced and her mouth formed a little pout as she turned her eyes to the ground.
As I thought, it is to be expected. Someone so graceful as Elowen would, of course, find me lacking.
Suddenly, in Cassie's eyes, Elowen looked so very haggard. She peered through the polished veneer and saw a woman who was tired and hungry.
You're right.
In a blink, Elowen appeared to be the same as always.
I'm fine.
Even so, Cassidy could not shake the feeling that something was off. What vines? What are you talking about?
Are you quite sure? You seem tired.
Ellen was silent for a long while.
Yes. Perhaps I am tired.
Florals? Whatever do you mean? I have the foggiest idea what you're talking about, Olivia.
Forgive me, I am not used to the midday sun.
It occurred to Cassie then that you never seen Ellen in the morning before.
Could she be something of a night owl? I hadn't supposed. Here I invited her. Talk with me. With the full blaze of the sun. How thoughtless I am.
But she came to you in the morning, right? So,
Elowen? Yes? Why don't you stay with me at my cottage tonight?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe she is. I generally don't know.
What? Well, I was worried about you, and it can't be easy being a woman and living alone.
She knew this best of all.
I would be much more at ease if you could come with me tonight. Let us break bread together and while away the night in comfort.
She was expecting Elowen to accept. Not Elowen, who had reacted so strongly to an invitation merely a few days ago. And yet...
Alright. Really? Would it be a bother if I returned to my home? No. I would just worry that you would not accept. I realize that it's not very dainty to be so forward.
At this, Elowen finally smiled. Cassie's heart felt akin to an acrobat at the sight of doing backflips. Cassie's heart felt akin to an acrobat at the sight, doing backflips and pirouettes in joy.
It would be my honor to accompany you. It may do us both some good.
Very gay, very gay. As ever, Cassie was far too excited to hear the latter. Looking forward to a night with her new favorite person, she had already changed course and started along the path home. Cassie closed the front door behind them and went to the kitchen to put away the plots they'd gathered.
Is there anything I can help with?
I almost swallowed a cherry pit by accident. That was close.
Leave it to me. Just take a seat and rest. You really do look tired. Alright.
Night soon fell and the pair stop it together. Stop it.
Still hasn't eaten anything. She had plenty to eat of tea earlier, but... Could it be that she's foreign? Perhaps she's too polite to say that it's not in her taste.
Elwyn, unaware of being observed so directly, delicately sipped a glass of water.
Are you full? I am satisfied. How can you be when you didn't eat anything? I simply am not hungry at this very moment. I see.
Her tone left no room for argument. After dinner, Cassie cleaned the plates, cleared the plates, and things away and began to get the room ready for sleep. The cottage was large. Her parlor had to double as her bedroom, out of necessity. As evident. It was all well and good for a single person. When another had been added, Cassie became acutely aware of the lack of space.
There's only one bed.
I'll gladly sleep on the divan, or the ground.
I'll gladly sleep on the divan or the ground. I'm not choosy. Oh, that won't do. I won't do at all. You're a guest.
Cassie gulped. Truth be told, she had one other, much more preferable arrangement in mind.
We could share the bed. There's room enough for two. I noticed you did not offer to sleep on it. I noticed you don't offer to sleep on the divan.
Struck by her own lack of graciousness, Cassie bit her lip, cowed in silence. Hard. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm only teasing. If you not mind being so snug.
Yeah, bad being a gracious term. Just... Hey. Pile. A makeshift cushion. Yes, a bed. The ground. A blanket. 2 blankets at best.
If you don't mind being so snug, I'll be happy to share the space with you. Nothing would please me more than to be close to you.
That's pretty gay.
I mean, yes. Wonderful. I shall fetch another pillow then.
She flew out the room. She flew out the room to retrieve a spare pillow from the closet, face burning from embarrassment. Okay. It's a small bed. Cassidy? This is not room for 2. Big enough for 2, my ass. Barely.
You have enough space. You're not cramped. You're not too cramped. Surely this isn't too fucking cramped for you. My guy, is this too fucking cramped? Is this too cramped? Are you too cramped? I'm fine. Truth be told, I do not mind the proximity.
Where did the space of clothes come from, though? Where did your change of clothes come from? You weren't walking around with your nightgown in your non-existent bag, Elowen. So where'd your nightgown come from? Certainly not from Cassie's closet. Look at the poor small child. My immersion is broken! There was a faraway look in Elowen's eyes.
I'd been alone for so long, until you came. How'd you come to live in the forest? Where's your family? Oh. Perhaps she cannot say. Perhaps it's not that she does not wish to tell me, but that she cannot. She may have some circumstances that prevent her from speaking of the subject. Was it impertinent of me to bring it up? I'm sorry, is it difficult for you to tell me? It's a trying subject. I'm not quite sure where to begin.
Took a deep breath.
I've lived here all my life. Once I was not alone. But
Elowen paused and sighed.
I once had siblings. They have long since departed. But I don't really have family here anymore. Others have come and gone, as I said, but I could not relate to them. I watched them from afar, without entering their lives. I did not mourn them. They left mine. And so, the years went by.
You'll never be alone again? You'll never be alone again? Elowen's eyes widened. Cassidy thought she might start crying, but she only smiled sadly.
I see.
Cassidy snuggled just a little bit closer to the other woman, as if to show meaning through action, where words might fail. And so they passed the night together, in pleasant company and warm conversation. When the sunlight blazes down, I soon began to wish for rain. But when you've gone away, my dear, I soon long for the sun again. Don't suck! Man, am I glad I know how to read the word again and not again? Imagine I failed the rhyme. That would have been very awkward. Cassidy awoke alone, with a cold space beside her. What? Is this a one-night stand situation? Come on, come on, Elowen. What is this? The game One Night Stand? That I've never played, but I've seen many people play seen one person play like a long time ago. That game's old as fuck. I haven't thought about that game in ages.
Again, she's gone in the morning. What could she be doing so early? It's highly suspicious.
Ma'am, do you have bags in your eyes? Are you okay? You seem tired. She could no longer ignore the gnawing feeling of dread. Perhaps she would ask Elowen upon their next meeting.
Still, a wonderful night that was.
Each precious memory had been carved into Cassie's heart. She yawned and slowly pulled herself out of bed. With or without Elowen, she would have to get on with her day. Cassie hummed a little tune to herself as she cleaned up, prepared breakfast. Sitting at the table, with her bread and morning tea, she glanced at her stationery set, left by the vase.
What has happened? Perhaps I should write a letter.
Why is this? What the why is this looking so? Why does this look so weird? Why does the save look so weird? Why is the save overlay on top of it? What? I did it again! Nah, who needs to write our brother a letter? We've been on the 2 train for ages. Fuck you, Alexander. You suck.
She shook her head.
She shook her head.
Let him wait. I'm more worried about what Elowen is up to now.
Though always lonesome, before the former princess's life now felt so much emptier without Elowen's presence. Kinda gay. Though she should be accustomed to such solitude, she could barely concentrate on her usual chores. Could.
To think that a few days could change a person so.
In a lull in her activities, Cassie's gaze went to the window. Deep in the forest, her beloved wisteria tree stood. You could see it so clearly in her mind's eye. Eleanor was like that tree. Eleanor is like that tree. What interesting wording.
I wonder if she is there now, somewhere in the forest.
She passed the rest of the day peacefully, but with a sense of unease. Why look at wisteria? Again. The next day came and still no Elowen. Cassie was left with nothing but her own thoughts. And thinking of Elowen perturbed Cassie greatly. In the last several days, the one had embedded herself into Cassie's life like a thorn.
I never expected to become close to another person again.
She thought about Elowen and the things that other women had said. The hours spent together, there were so few, felt so impossible, the eternal.
Despite how she looks, she must be much older than me. She has a proper way of speaking, and always says she's lived in the forest a long time. And with the intricacy of her clothing, and her manners.
Something did not quite add up. Elwyn did not seem to be like people. Elwyn did not seem to like people much. Certainly, it did not seem her presence in the wood despite. Certainly, it did not seem her presence in the wood, despite how long it had been, was known to many.
Alexander most probably would not have sent me here if it was known that the beautiful woman was living alone in this very wood.
Where did Elwyn come from? Why was she alone? She still has no satisfactory answer. And oddest of all,
I still haven't seen her eat.
thinking it all over, Elwyn is
Unearthly.
Cassidy suddenly realized that all the things she knew about Elwyn pointed to something potentially horrible. She'd been so overcome by the woman's peculiar charm and beautiful looks that she overlooked something. Cassidy shook her head. Perhaps she was jumping to conclusions too quickly.
I must be a little lonely, that's all. I haven't seen her since that night. She's always been honest with me, even if there was some things she can't yet reveal. She can be blunt, perhaps, but I believe she means well.
Remembering the last several days,
Elwyn is truly monstrous.
presently there was a knock at the door, startling Cassidy out of her deep thoughts. It was a short knock, a signal of a letter, not accompanied by a box.
A letter? So soon after the last? As my brother finally understood just how much I missed him. I'll leave here, if one day Exiled allows me to leave. What awaits me? Exile is much more preferable to death. Still, perhaps Elwyn was right to be suspicious of Alexander. Alexander? I'll trust you. I'll trust in you and wait.
She knew the truth, perhaps, yet was afraid to accept it. Without her love for her brother, her loyalty to her kingdom, she was nothing.
Alexander, I trust that you will do what's best for me, and for Varamir, I will await your decision.
She could not think of Elwyn, however. She could not think of Elwyn, however, without feeling a twinge of guilt. She let out a long sigh. Her thoughts of taking her on a not-so-merry chase.
If I dwell on these thoughts, there will be no end to them.
She brewed herself a cup of tea to calm her nerves and began reading the new book. From time to time, her eyes went somewhat nervously, to the window. And so, evening fell. Cassidy was sitting on the divan, enjoying a warm cup of tea as she read the latest book her brother had sent her. It was a darker tale than she was accustomed to. The tale of a tragic young mermaid. It seemed to be a fairy tale from a faraway land. Certainly, Varamir had simpler, happier stories. Surely. Or perhaps those were the only ones she had been allowed to learn.
Goodness, every step she takes feels like walking upon knives. How dreadful. How could this author be so terribly cruel? Ah, Perhaps that is what ails Elwyn. No, that would be ridiculous.
Suddenly, the front door to the cottage swung open, without knock or warning. Cassie dropped her book and alarm.
There was something dreadfully standing in the doorway. A monster!
Cassie muttered, this under her breath, overcome by fear and awe.
It is not safe here.
Yet no matter the appearance, Cassie could never mistake that voice. Melodious. She had found it not long ago. Beautiful. She had thought its bearer until this very moment. She'd be hard-pressed to describe Elwyn as beautiful now. I beg to differ, narrator and Cassidy.
What did you say? There is a large army approaching from the east. They wear your colors. Alexander?
Cassidy could not help but gasp. The monster nodded.
I'm afraid so. You must away with me.
Cassidy bit her lip.
Alexander would not harm me. If anything, they must be here to protect me from this monster. Yes, of course.
Quickly grasping the situation, the ex-princess calmed herself and tapped into her many years of diplomacy lessons.
I will come right away.
Then,
Would you mind waiting me outside? I will gather my things quickly.
yes,
I won't be a moment.
of course. The monster turned and left through the still open door, its movements slow and measured as always. As soon as Ellen was outside, Cassie flew forward and slammed the door shut. Cassidy? Ignoring Ellen's sad, feeble voice, Cassie locked the bolt and bolted the door. For good measure, she dragged the divan in front of it. The door shook as Ellen tried to enter, but would not give way. Why?
How could I possibly heed the words of a monster? Who else knows? Who knows what you will do to me once you have me outside? She must be a demon, here to corrupt me. It is just as Alexander said to the barons.
The barons? The barons? The barons, and she's red, too. Oh no! The barons of the marsh! It's the barons of the marsh, Olivia! The barons of the marsh, my people!
I allowed your beauty to charm. I allowed your beauty, your charm to corrupt me. I have sinned. But I will sin no longer. Why? Begone, monster! Darken my doorstep no longer!
Owen said nothing in reply. But then, wordlessly, the monster ambled towards the window.
No, didn't think about blocking those.
But the monster made no move, entered forcefully. It just stood there, with the same blank look on its face. In some ways, Cassie felt that was worse. But Elowen moved just enough to follow her words. The letter, to darken the doorstep no longer. It seemed like something she might do. The thought made Cassie's heart ache ever so slightly. And the night passed like that, with Cassidy pressed against the door in fear, and Elowen standing in place, still as a tree. Watching. Eventually, after what felt like a lifetime, the sun rose.
Finally morning. If the army truly is coming, I wish they get here sooner. The day breaks.
They looked to the window in alarm. Could it be that Elowen hadn't slept either? Elowen stood there, looking even more haggard than she had the night before. The monster's gaze was unfocused. It seemed not to be looking at Cassidy, but rather through her.
I have failed. I could not understand the most important thing. I could not convey my love. Without a voice. And so, this wisteria must wither in the harsh light of seventh day past.
Before Cassie's eyes, Elowen crumbled into wilted wisteria petals and dust. The monster, the woman, was no more. Deep in a wood, a wisteria tree once adored by a maiden, withered and died away as well. When bargain is struck, its terms must be met, else take on your fate, and more suffering beget. Ash to ash. Delayed gush, as always, but as we understand, but still. Endings. We've got Dining as Lovers Do, a double-edged thorn, ash to ash, we've just got. The princess cannot save the demon from its curse. Elowen tries to warn Cassidy, but frightened and suspicious of her world around her, Cassidy locks Elowen out and awaits rescue. Elowen watches in the morning. Her time runs out. She fades into wisteria petals. It disappears into the wind. My cursor is really slow. 50% done? I think not. We have but one ending. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me so. Whoops. This one?
Ellen was like a tree. Ellen is very much like that tree. She said she as much as herself. So beautiful and haunting and alone.
The other woman's words from the night before weighed heavily on Cassidy. She passed the rest of the day peacefully, but with a sense of unease. The wisteria. The next day came and still no Elowen. Cassidy was left with nothing but her own thoughts. Let's read. Elowen is unearthly. Presently, there was a knock at the door, startling Cassidy out of her deep thoughts. It was a short knock, a signal, a letter accompanying a box.
Did you, Alexander, did you truly love me? And the precious, this precious younger brother that I once knew, completely gone? Okay, good. Now let me scout things I haven't seen yet. Just checking. Are you truly the one who has been writing all these letters? One negative thought spiraled into a dozen. She let out a long sigh. Her thoughts had taken her to a not so merry chase. Okay. So it's not that answer. You know what? Let's just go back to the start. Let's just go to the start and just choose different things and see how things go. A stone's throw. How could that be? I suppose she does not wish to expose where she lives to an utter stranger. That is reasonable. She seems to be quiet and on her guard. I envy a view of this lovely place. Do not envy me. What could that mean? How droll. How droll. Oh, where are my manners? Where are my manners? This barrier between Element's indifference expression and bitter tone of her voice made Cassie's heart ache. She must love trees. She must love trees. She must love trees. She must have had a bad experience. We humans are made of some things, aren't we? Perhaps I'm making too light of her feelings. I thought that was rather an ill-intentioned thing to say. You truly love this forest. Yes. In fact, I feel as that I am part of it, and it is a part of me. How beautiful. You continue through their conversation? Oh dear, she must have mistaken my meaning. I was trying to cover up my embarrassment. Perhaps Ellen was joking. On second thought, was that perhaps a joke? You look much better with a smile. As do you. Still, how curious it is for us to be meeting here again. Bolstered by Owen's reaction, Cassie finally gained the courage to follow through. She opened the door wide, gesturing for the other woman to enter. As Elwyn did so, with her usual slow, measured steps, Cassie could not help but notice the other woman's feet, clearly visible in the slippers she wore. Her toes are curled. How odd. Ayo, feet pics for free? They say that way, even as Elwyn entered the house. Perhaps her manner of walking is not merely for the sake of elegance, but also a necessity? Had Elwyn some sort of pain in her feet? Cassie pondered on this and resolved to ask about it when the opportunity arose. Cassie could not hide her surprise at Elwyn's poisonous choice of words. Started more beautiful than this cottage prison of yours. Cassie suddenly could not hide her surprise at Elwyn's poisonous choice of words, nor could she hide her sudden tears. Excuse me? I do not appreciate your tone.
I notice you do not disagree with me, however.
I notice you do not disagree with me, however. I am most sadly do. You don't understand how much my brother cares for me.
You're correct.
You are correct in at least one thing.
Cassidy angrily dried her tears. Elwyn looked to the window.
I have to believe that Exiled loves me. If not, what will become of me?
Following the events of the previous evening, Cassidy felt compelled to rewrite her half-finished letter. Not that Alexander would care.
Not that Alexander would care. Either way, I'm sure he's too busy to even read my letters, though. Still, I want him to know how I spend my days. I feel less alone when I read his letters, and if mine can ease his spirits, it's a worthwhile endeavor.
Cassidy finished the letter without much of a fuss. She wrote briefly of Elwyn as a passerby.
Well, dear brother, I have greatly enjoyed the last book.
Same thing, same thing.
I suppose she's already eaten. There is healthy glow to Elwyn's face. I suppose she has already eaten. She strikes me as the type who would worry about her figure. It is so late in the day already. Yes, I'm sure she has already supped and can eat no more.
Cassidy endeared not to take offense, instead greedily partook in the crackers herself. Greedily partaking in crackers. What a time. The two women talked pleasantries for some time, though it became rather apparent that Elwyn's attention lay elsewhere.
I am here of my own safety. I
Took a deep breath.
When you called me princess earlier, it wasn't quite wrong. It is not my brother's fault. He could not let them kill me, but I am alive thanks to him. I previously stated my belief that you were kind and good. I have now revised my opinion. You're a blind fool. As I am mute, you are blind. Altogether, too blind to the selfish ways of the world.
Get it. I get it now.
Tess was puzzled both by herself and at
Elwyn's odd behavior. What a shock that was.
What a shock that was! I had thought her a fine, elegant personage, but her rage was palpable and quite unseemly. I must ask her about her own life. We know little about each other. It's no wonder she would react that way.
How thoughtful.
I feel Alexander does not wish for me to live the rest of my life here. How thoughtful of him to find some way for me to escape exile. Even if it is through a political marriage, I must say I'm not very excited at the prospect.
The letter did not raise her spirits as much as the letter from Alexander used to do. The implication of it weighed on her. Poisonous? Are you sure?
I certain it's poisonous. I have no doubt. I've lived in these woods for a long time.
There was a melancholy in Ellen's countenance. Contents. Tense.
I'm so glad she did. But she found me. She spoke to me. And I'm so glad she did. But I fear she might call me silly if I say such a thing.
But this was Elwyn, a woman whom she was becoming increasingly fond.
Thoughts. That's past tense, is it not? What do you think of me now? I had expected someone so graceful as Ellen would, of course, find me lacking. You are not what I expected, but I believe that might be for the better.
Slowly, Cassie tilted her head face up, her eyes growing large with disbelief.
For the better? You're always exceeding my expectations. I wonder if the other people are allowed to come and go, whatever, as well, and I let them come near. Well, it may be selfish of me, but I'm truly happy to let you. I'm truly happy you let the others go. I'm glad that I'm the only person you allowed close. I'm sorry, that makes me sound like so ugly. No. No uglier than I.
Much put your affairs in order in the kitchen, Cassie couldn't help but think back to the things Ellen had said.
She said that she likes me the way that I am. That's so kind.
She felt a deep sense of warmth, satisfaction, the likes of which she had never felt in a long time. Cassie returned to the living room a short while later, 2 cups of tea in hand.
Oh.
She found Elwyn asleep, slumped on the divan.
Poor thing. She must have been exhausted.
There was a loose strand of hair in front of Elwyn's face. Cassie reached down and tucked behind her ear.
She looks so innocent when she's asleep.
Chuckling to herself, Cassie let Elwyn rest and passed some quiet time reading by the other woman's side. Night soon fell, and the pair supped together.
Evelyn doesn't eat very much. No wonder she's so thin.
Elwyn, unaware of being observed, delicately sipped a glass of water.
You eat so little. I'm worried for your health. I eat enough. I do not like doing anything in excess.
I see. Her tone left no room for argument.
I don't mind sleeping on the divan. I heard you did earlier. Once again, I'm sorry that I didn't wake you. You just looked so at peace. I cannot bear to wake you. I'm embarrassed to have allowed you to see me in such a state. I only fear. No, it is nothing. I will gladly sleep on the divan or the ground. I am not choosy.
Ah, the gaze! It's the gaze again.
Why that hesitation? It's a simple question, is it not? Why does she have such trouble talking about it? Though suppose my own situation was not so simple to speak of. Has your family gone away?
Ellen, with her mouth in a grim, straight line, stares at Cassidy.
Trying subject. You remember the wisteria tree? Of course. It's my favorite place in the entire forest. Have you ever noticed that there are no other wisteria trees around it? Now that you mention it, she never had thought about
it, but as Cassie searched her memory, she realized that Eleanor was correct. Ellen was correct.
You're right. I wonder why that is. There's even an older wisteria tree deep in the forest. But now, those are the only two left. They're so far from each other. So, it is with me.
Cassidy found her choice of words puzzling, but nodded.
Once as siblings, they've long since departed.
She could no longer ignore the gnawing feeling of dread. Perhaps she would ask Elowin upon her next meeting.
I'll have to be careful with most of my supplies. The next shipment is a while away, yet I cannot feast with Elwyn too often. Still, what a wonderful night that was. All that has happened? Perhaps I should write a letter to Alexander. It's important that my brother knows what goes on in my life.
What goes on in my life? After finishing her breakfast, she set herself to the task of writing to Alexander as usual. Yet her heart was not all in it. Her handwriting was sloppy. 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 What the fuck is sloggy? Though always lonesome, before the former princess' life now felt much more empty without Elowin's presence.
It was like that tree. I never did ask about her feet. Why are her toes always curled? Despite how she looks, she must be much older than me. She's probably speaking. She always says she's lived in the forest a long time. Ellen is strange. She's rather strange. Then again, there's nothing normal about my situation either. It only means that I have more things to discover about her in the future.
Cassie shook her head. Even if Elowin was a tad strange, Cassie knew that there was more to her than that. Wasn't there?
She's capable of joking, though she does not do it often. Her smile is so precious. She can be blunt, perhaps, but I believe she means well. I care deeply for her, and she...
Remembering the last several days,
Elowin cares for me.
presently there was a knock at the door, startling Cassie out of her deep thoughts. It was a short knock, a sign of a letter, not accompanied by a box.
A letter so soon after that last? I did not send him a letter yesterday. I did send him a letter yesterday, but it is not possible for him to have read it and replied already. Right?
The letter brought another thought to Cassidy.
If I leave here, if one day Alexander allows me to leave, what else waits me? Is a political marriage truly my only means to escape? If I can be useful to the kingdom in any way, is that better? Is that better? Will my life no longer be considered a waste? Alexander, how long must I stay here? How long must I stay in this forest? Will I forever be here, atoned for my mistake?
She let out a long sigh. As they took a sip of her tea, and then sighed.
I've been dwelling on this all afternoon.
Even so, she could not lie to herself about the source of her concern.
I haven't seen Elowin in nearly 2 days. It's a short time, but it weighs heavily on me.
She looked out the window to the forest. Perhaps Elowin was somewhere out there. Just as Cassie was about to act on impulse to seek the other woman out, the front door of the cottage slammed open.
I apologize if I have caused any alarm. I have urgent news.
The vague notion that Cassie had been supposing about Elowin's true nature paled in comparison to the real thing. Here was either a monster or a demon. Of that Cassie was certain. Yet, despite the fact that such a revelation should inspire nothing but fear and disgust, Cassie felt neither. More importantly, the woman standing before her now was undoubtedly Elowen.
What news have you? What news have you?
Her voice did not quiver.
There's a large army approaching. I believe they have made camp for the night near here. And I fear they mean to harm you.
An army? What colors?
Were their banners? Red and gold. So they must be from Verimo. Don't worry, my people will never hurt me.
But Elowen shook her head.
I overheard them talking. They certainly mean to do something terrible.
Elowen looked sincere. She was truly worried.
But even so, should it truly be? What reason would the army have to be here? I know that you are loath to trust in a monster such as I. No.
No?
I'm sorry. That isn't it. And there we have it. Would a true monster ever refer to themselves as one?
Cassie decided in her heart that then and there, that Elowen was to be trusted. Even so, there was a contradiction here that bothered her.
I believe you. Truly? Even though I look like this? Yes, I feel so. However, the situation bothers me. I believe you, but I cannot believe that the army of my own kingdom would wish me ill. For if they were here, it would must surely be because my brother, the king, sent them. And for Alexander to betray me, I simply cannot believe it.
In her heart, it was always to be her beloved brother.
Your brother is the one who put you here. You don't forget.
How could she have forgotten? It's an important fact. Cassie hardly knew.
No, I didn't forget. I simply grew accustomed to this life. Said that they were camped nearby. Yes. Can you take me to them?
Elowen nodded grimly.
I understand. Perhaps that will allow you to come to terms with everything. Even so, I do not relish the pain that doing so will inflict upon you.
Page 6? Page 7? What? Less. Nope. What? Page 6 and 7? Huh? What? More pages, Pog.
I'm ready.
Cassie said, clenching her fists. Two women made their way through the forest. Not long ago, they wandered here together. Those had been such carefree days, feeling far more distant from the past than they had it right now. And the right to.
Once this matter is dealt with, we'll have those innocent days once more.
Declaring that so in her heart, as they followed closely behind Elowen. Soon, they reached the camp. Cassie and Elowen hid behind trees and in bushes as they approached, careful not to make their presence known. There were at least 24 soldiers camped there.
Is this a really good idea?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's good or you're not. Orders are orders.
But still.
The soldiers were talking amongst themselves. With a tall figure emerged. When a tall figure emerged from a tent. Cassie would recognize the person anywhere. In her shock and anger, she gripped Elwyn's arm tightly. Elwyn turned to look at her.
Your brother?
She mouthed the word. Cassie nodded.
I understand that it may not seem chivalrous to some of you. Worry not, I should be the one to dispatch my sister. It is my duty. And make no mistake, this is for the good of the kingdom. It will silence the oppression against the barons and eliminate our kingdom's one exploitable witness. It may be difficult, but it is the right thing to do.
Alexander spoke the words in a calm, cool tone. Dispatch. Eliminate. They were such harsh words that they stuck in Cassie's mind.
So, Alexander came himself, and not to visit. Not for my benefit, not even to help me. He came to...
Cassie was overcome by feelings she had never before felt in her life. Rage. It was an indignant rage, an all-consuming anger sort of despair. Once she had loved him. This was her twin brother, one whom she had entered the world with. She would have given him anything, except her life. As Cassie gripped tighter into Elwyn's arm, the other woman began to change. Her appearance softened, became more and more human. Whatever essence was tainting her seemed to be draining away. And instead, that same essence.
So, this was also an option.
Elwyn muttered to herself so softly that the exiled princess did not hear. Then she spoke louder.
Cassidy? Yes? Shall I help you wreak your vengeance? Can you? Yes, but you must stay with me, damned as you will. Damned as we may become. I would gladly walk through the flames of hell at your side, revenge or not.
It was all Eleanor needed to hear. A declaration of love in its own right. She allowed her essence to flow freely now into Cassidy. The pair together began to change forms, growing more and more monstrous, more powerful. The soldiers did not stand a chance against their combined might.
Do you wish to kill him yourself, dear heart? Is it perhaps your duty?
On either side of them lie mounds of corpses, but in front lay the greatest prize, King Alexander himself.
No, it's all right, Elwyn.
Alexander, in his terror, could not utter a single word.
I am better than him. Though, never come here again. As of today, you no longer have a sister, and I no longer have a brother.
And so the king returned, broken and stumbling, to his kingdom. He would never forget, though none believed him. Even on his deathbed, he continued babbling of beautiful demons. As for Cassie and Elwyn,
Goodness, I had no idea how your hair gets so tangled.
Hey, why they kinda mm,
Is the wind, my love? Is that so? We shall have to teach it a lesson. Demons, though we may be, I do not believe we can do anything to the wind.
with that attitude, dear one. Decades passed, yet the two of them seemed to remain unchanged. There was a freedom, a power that Cassie had never known. Every day, there was more to discover, more delights to find. Most of all, the pair enjoyed learning more about each other.
Cassidy? What is it?
Do you?
I love you. How do you know I was asking that? Perhaps I was about to ask what you wish to do tomorrow.
I most certainly would not. Or not. It's alright. I'd tell you as many times as you'd like. Elwyn settled into peaceful happiness, leaning against her beloved. She was utterly secure of Elwyn's feelings, of Cassie's feelings, but never tired of hearing about them. Even now, without a doubt, those two are still there. Living happy ever after. United in love, sharing their hate, these demons live on, laughing at fate. Together, we are eternal. Ooh, I got number 8. Nice. Why is this menu so why is the ending screen so laggy? Why is the extra screen so goddamn laggy? Bristle's fury transformed her into the demon and forged her path forward. Elwyn, in a monstrous form, appears to warn Cassidy. Cassie recognizes her love, but cannot believe her words. Alexander could not possibly try to kill her. But as Elwyn reveals to her the truth, Cassie is overwhelmed with anger, absorbing the demonic energy from Elwyn. Cassie strikes, and together they kill all the soldiers. They let a terrified Alexander go, Cassie declaring that they are no longer kin. Together they spend the rest of their days in the forest as demons, living happily ever after. Gallery. What's this? Ooh. Pretty. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, yo, why, hey yo, Ellen, why you kinda, Ellen, why you kinda, Ellen, why you kinda, you know. Let's see what we get next time. Let's see what we get this time. Let's see. How can that be? She must love trees. Perhaps she was joking. It's not like that. I wouldn't even say I'm at my best. I suppose she's already eaten. I'm sure she has reasons. Ever the sentence? I don't want to get married. I want to marry a random person. Poisonous? How do you know so much? Gaze. Gaze. What she gonna say? What? Hey, new thing. Hey, new. Cassidy woke alone with a cold space beside her. I hope she's alright. Still, what a wonderful night that was. That's happened perhaps to another. Don't write a letter for Alexander. She shook her head. Deep in the forest. You see it. Clearly in her mind. Elowen is like the tree. Thinking it all over. Elowen is unearthly. Elowen is kind. Elowen is kind. Ooh, this is new. Presently, there was a knock at the door. Startling Cassidy. Alexander, do you truly love me? No! No! Damn. Okay. Got so far! Try that again. Something new happens, so that means I just think right? I just think right. Right. I was on the right track. I was so close. I should have saved there. Damn. Not like that. My best? I think that's what I said last time. That's what she's already eaten. Reasons. I don't want to get married. How do you know so much? Was that what I said? Perhaps you cannot say. No letter. It's a tree. Unearthly. Is kind. Wait. Load. Strange. Anything wrong with the situation here? It will matter that I have more things to uncover about the future. Had strange. Cassie knew that there was more to her than that. Deeply, and she is kind. Oh? Hey, new thing. And so, evening fell. Oh? What's this? Nothing. Oh? Cassie woke suddenly to an impromptu nap. From an impromptu nap, she frowned at the book in her hand, still open, the boring page she had left off on. I can hardly recall what the book was about. No one liked me. Yet she knew the reason. She was still distracted by thoughts of Elowen. It's evening now. I wonder, if I go into the forest, might I... The front door suddenly burst open. Please, pardon my intrusion. An army is approaching. I do not like the look of them, and fear for your safety. Despite her strange appearance, Cassie knew it was Elowen immediately. Those piercing golden eyes, that long hair. She was alarmed, yes, confused, but The concern that was clear in Elwyn's face overtook any other questions she might have. She looks different, but it's her. Those eyes must be some real danger. Surely there's some reason for the way she looks. I'm certain she'll tell me. But for now. Alright. What should we do? We? Yes. You are with me, are you not? You believe what I say? I do, I trust you. Wholeheartedly. Do you? Ellen's breath seems to hitch, most probably from the fear she felt. What nervousness permeated her entire being? That nervousness permeated her entire being. Cassidy noticed this, and having noticed, there was no way that Cassidy could fear Elwyn, no matter how she appeared. Do you love me? It was not the response Cassidy expected. But deep down, she knew that there was no time to hesitate, to demur. Cassie looked at Elwyn straight in the eyes. Yes, I love you. It was important that Elwyn know that. I see. And so, the frog has turned back into the dashing prince? Cassie smiled warmly. Now, will you finally tell me what is going on? Oh, the army. No, not that, about you. Yes, you deserve an explanation. I was, until but a few days ago. I was Stereo Tree, the same one you often visited. I lived in this forest for hundreds of years, mostly alone. At some point, I developed a spirit. I was able to observe the beings that passed through my life. Many humans came and went. I was lonely, but I was alright, the way things were. I was a tree, they were not. I was not to interfere in their lives. What changed? You and your silly ranting, your singing, your awkward couplets, that sad look you got in your eyes as you gazed at the horizon. I was smitten. Even after you realized that I wasn't so dainty as you believed. Yes. Perhaps I came to love you even more for all your flaws, though I do not see them as such. I had to speak with you. I had to become human, be with you. I was consumed by that wish. And then, one night, a little voice whispered to me, will you strike a bargain with me? Will you fulfill the conditions? If you fulfill the conditions, you can become human. Who was it that whispered to you? I'm not sure. A god, perhaps? Or a demon? Matters not. I took the bargain. I was given 7 days. In 7 days, if you fell in love with me, I would become like you. But in that time, I was neither tree nor human. I was not given human emotions. My human-like legs caused me great pain, which with each step, it felt as if I was treading upon knife points. And every morning, I needed to take in the purest of sunlight to survive. Ah! That's why I never saw you in the morning. Yes. Cassie was tempted to ask Ellen more, especially about the other side of the bargain, but what would have happened if Ellen had failed? Well, we know that. But there was something in the way Ellen skidded the topic that told Cassie not to ask. Perhaps it was
better that she not here? One day, when Element is ready, I have no doubt she will tell me all. You tell all to me. But there's something else still to consider now. Oh, you said there was an army approaching? Yes, the morning after I spent the night with you.
Suddenly, Cassidy too was embarrassed.
That morning, as I was leaving, I noticed a man crouched outside your cottage looking in. Ah, he must have been one of my brother's agents. This does not bode well. I'm not certain that my brother would act so quickly, but the Barons... Perhaps in their eyes I have outlived my usefulness as a political pawn. The soldiers may be coming to bring me back to the castle. By force, if necessary. Oh dear. I do not wish to return home. You do not wish to return home, do you? Cassie laughs in sort of derision. Had you asked me that a few weeks ago, I doubtably would have said yes. However, I cannot return to Vermore. There's no Element there. Alexander will not allow you to come. I fear we will never meet again. Cassidy.
It was the very first time Elowen had said her name. Cassidy did not let that escape her notice.
I will not go, Elowen. I do not want to be without you.
Elowen nodded.
Alright. Then there is only one thing we can do.
She explained her plan to Cassidy, who accepted it with a few adjustments. The soldiers arrived the next day to a frightful sight. In front of the house, Cassidy laid there, sprawled on the ground. There was blood everywhere, a knife protruding from her abdomen. A group of soldiers inspected the body, leaning in for a closer look.
Oh, what is the meaning of this?
Princess is dead.
No doubt oft by the lover who we heard about.
That deserved no better.
Still, I do not envy the man who tells King Exiled the news.
They proceed to argue over whether or not to bury the body, ultimately deciding that it was well above any other prey grade. Good. Good for them. Good, don't bury the body. Once the investigation was complete, they left the place. Cassidy exhaled the biggest gulp of air of her life.
That was close. I thought my heart would stop.
She heard Elowen laugh from nearby.
It's not funny! I nearly never dreamed they would get so close. Still, it's good that they did. Now there could be no doubt in their mind that you are deceased. The only question is, what shall we do if they come back? That is precisely why we must now enact phase 2 of my plan. Your plan? Come on now. Let's not split hairs. Phase 2 is entirely my idea. Of course, as I have not heard of it. Hee. Phase 2? We go on a trip. A trip? Yes. You have never been anywhere but the forest, correct? Well, that is true. Wouldn't you like to see the world with me? And once we've had our fill, we can return here. I'm sure after enough time has gone by, they will be fully convinced of my death. There'll be no reason for my brother's agents to return and we can live happily here in peace. Yes. Yes, I must say that sounds absolutely lovely.
Cassidy took Elowen's hand in hers.
Elowen, in all my life, I only did as my parents wanted, as Alexander wanted. I'd resolved myself to being trapped forever. Yet now, I'm able to do as I wish. It is all thanks to you. You are mistaken. If not for you, I would still be a tree. It is I who must thank you. Hmm? If we can argue about who is more grateful to have met whom, I believe we are happy indeed. Yes, yes. You are right, my dear.
So the two ladies set off on a grand adventure. They journeyed to distant lands and saw many new things, met many new people. It was a trip of a lifetime. And once they found themselves sated of the world and their travels were through.
Are you quite sure that the recipe calls for... Are you quite sure that the recipe calls for 3 small peppers? I don't recall such a thing. I am sure, my love. Ugh. You can make as many adorable noises as you want. I shall not relent. One day you will have to get used to eating dishes with some spice. And no saying, only a kiss from you can relieve my sore tongue either. I would never.
Oh. Though she was quite sure that she had. At least once or twice. Perhaps 2 of them were still there now? Perhaps. Living happily ever after. Though we may journey many miles, I know well where my true home lies. By your side will I remain, to watch with you every sunrise. I can't read. Truly free. Give me a quick second. I need to do a quick dehydrate, and we will do more. We'll find the rest. We'll find as many as I can, and we'll get a time. I'll be right back as I dehydrate myself. Human being. Yeah. Let's find more endings. But first. Yeah. The princess loves a demon. And fulfills the terms of her curse. human facade breaking away to reveal a monstrous appearance. Elwyn appears in front of Cassidy to warn her of the intruders. Cassidy recognizes her love and affirms it. Affirms it. And Elwyn's curse is broken to reveal her human form. Together, they outwit Alexander and his army and travel for years. At the end of the journey, they return home and live happily ever after. I'm trying to find more endings. Find more endings. Sus! Experience. Let's try this. I'm gonna try something. I don't know what triggers the rest. That is not necessary. Feet. Excuse me. Circus. The core. Oh, I'm gonna see my best. Ooh. With flying eloquence, Cassie composes her letter, sure to show her brother all the difference she had owed. Well, I've been utterly depressed waiting for your next letter. My days here are so dull, you see. I eat, sleep, and read books. The only thing that has brightened my day has been the acquaintance of a young woman who lives nearby. Now I remember well your urges. Keep my presence a secret. I have not gone into the nearby town for whatsoever, but it seems this woman lives alone. Seems me, and we are not so close. Merely acquaintances. Surely you will not deny me all human contact. She could not, for a moment, forget the person responsible for her comfortable lifestyle now. This is certainly something new and different. Please, never forget your proper sister, who loves you so much. Don't. Finally, she gave the front of the letter a kiss before addressing it to Alexander. She stood there, stretching her arms above her head. What was the last choice I made? Damn it, I don't remember. Was it last? I did my best, right? Yes. Then it's the... Nope, that's the wrong one. But the Alexander would care? Is that what I did? Nope, that's not it. No. Done. Set. Me. Finally, she gave the front kiss. Stood and stretched. Okay, so the bottom was the last one I did. Okay, cool. And then I go top. I suppose she's already eaten. I'm sure she had a reason. How thoughtful. Whoa. Suddenly, Cassie heard a rustling nearby. She looked up from her letter. And saw Elwyn standing a few feet away. Interesting. Elwyn. Princess. How do you know so much? More the hesitation. When evening fell, Cassie decided to go for a walk. It felt stifling somehow to stay at home alone after the night she and Ellen has shared. Okay. This exposure to nature will do me good. It would not do well to dwell on my thoughts for so long. They are too liable to go dark. Of course, part of her held out hope that she'd run into Elwyn again. Boop-a-doop. Cassie shut the door on the cottage and stepped out into the forest. This is all new, I think. Never had this day before. It'd be nice to show Alexander this view. Then again, there's no reason why he would come here, is there? At least now I have Elwyn's company to look forward to. What's with the... Suddenly, Cassie felt a sharp pain in her back. What? Then she felt her body start to crumple. How strange. Why can I no longer remain standing? And she fell to the ground. She craned her neck, just enough to see the arrow protruding from her back. And then, in the clearing, just behind her, an archer, one who bore the colors of Varamir. My king sends his regards to this whore of a sister while you played him false and toyed with his feelings. She had no time to process this hissed words. Alexander? Owen. A sister loved her brother. But there were flowers she loved more. Her brother loved the notion of her, but he was jealous to his core. The shadow's grasp. Bro, that was a dark ending. That was dark. That's a bit dark. That's slightly darker than the Ash to Ash. Even if the princess loved the prince, it wasn't enough. On an evening stroll in the forest, Cassie shot by archers from the kingdom, sent by her jealous brother Alexander, who was caught word of her time with Elwyn. Interesting. What if we try the other way around? Out of curiosity. See if it does a different ending. Ah! Somehow, after rewriting the letter, Cassie was not confident about its contents. To my dear Alexander, I hope this letter finds you well, dear brother. My days remain unchanged. Every morning I wake up, and make myself breakfast and a cup of tea. I greatly enjoy the tea leaves that you sent me. Where's the game? There it is. You sent me? It said last, not me. After breakfast, I read and or practice my embroidery. You will perhaps not be surprised to know that my skill with the needle has not much improved. In the afternoon and evening, I like to go on walks
Do not worry, I do not stray far from the cottage. I cherish the exercise. Being among the trees of the forest, in the forest makes me feel at ease. Is this interesting enough? She had not talked much to of Edelwind, not wanting to confuse her brother with tale of a woman she had never met. In fact, upon a quick reread, she realized she had never mentioned Edelwind in her letter at all. It's better this way, I think. It sure is. Where is it? When Cassie looked up the window, she realized that it's sunset. I wonder why she does not eat. I know this seems unfair, but I have come to terms with it. Matters of court are not black and white. I am lucky to have left the castle with my life. I have previously stated my belief that you are kind and good, but you're a fool, a blind fool. Like that, she was gone. Disappeared into the dark. I pressed the control by accident. Cassie wrapped her arms around her torso, hugging herself for comfort in the wake of Elowin's sudden, indignant anger. Feeling comfort, none, the former princess squeezed her eyes shut. Oh, Elowin, why? What a shock that was. That's new. It's no longer I don't want to get married. Is this why he kept me alive? Could this be the reason he kept me alive? Only to be an advantageous pawn? The thought of ate away at her, and Cassie fought back her tears. Her brother had never been so blunt about his intentions before. The letter did not raise her spirits as much as the letter from Alexander usually did. The implications of it weighed on her. Are you sure it's poisonous? Perhaps you cannot say. Yes, that's right, a letter, Alexander. It's important that Alexander know, my brother know, goes on in my life. Even the forest, Element is like that tree. I wonder if she's there. I'm in the forest. She is strange. As he thought of the letter she had written and sent to Alexander only yesterday. If I leave here, if only one day Alexander lets me to leave, what else? Alexander, I will trust you and wait. The truth, perhaps, yet she was afraid to accept it. While Cassie sat on the divan, contemplating whether wrong voice. While Cassie sat on the divan, contemplating whether or not she wished to go on a walk. Hello. That name looks familiar. Is that what I think it is? Oh, it is! What a time. Can't believe it. Crazy. Anyways. While Cassie sat on the divan, contemplating whether or not she wishes to go on a walk, the door of the cottage burst open. What a surprise. There was a monstrous-looking creature in her doorway. It breathed deep, ragged breaths. You must leave this place. It was only when she heard the monster's voice that Cassie realized it was Elowin. Yet, she was no longer the Elowin whom Cassie was familiar with. What are you saying? It is not safe here. What?
Ellen grabbed at Cassie's arm, her nails digging into the Exiled Princess's soft flesh.
Ouch! Come now.
Protesting loudly all the way, Cassie was dragged outside. Cassie had no earthly idea why Ellen was behaving this way, why she looked this way.
What does she mean? It's not safe?
She began to fear that this was a trap, one that had been previously laid and was now snapped shut.
Stop this!
After a long while of walking and pleading with Eowyn to listen, Cassie was finally able to yank her arm from the monster's grip.
You come to me like this, with no explanation, and expect me to follow you?
Like,
This? Do you even know how you currently appear? What kind of monster are you?
Eowyn froze in place for several seconds. She did not move. Finally, she slowly put her hands up to her face. She appeared to be looking at them for the first time.
So you find me disgusting, do you? Monstrous?
Cassie quickly regretted her rash words.
I should not have said it like that. It was not very regal of me. Perhaps there is an explanation for all this?
Yet, when her gaze drifted to Elwyn's countenance, she could feel nothing but revulsion. Their eyes met. Cassie recoiled in disgust. Suddenly, Eowyn began to shake.
Eowyn?
She thought the monster might be crying, but... Eowyn was laughing hysterically. She doubled over, clutching her side as she laughed and laughed. Then she looked up once more and met Cassie's gaze. Her feigned gaiety ceased immediately.
What a fool was I. To think that you could understand me.
Cassie felt a stabbing pain in her abdomen. It burned. It was agony. She turned her gaze downwards and saw that Eowyn had impaled her with her arm. Now somehow, sharp as a blade.
That you could love me. That's right. She's crying.
Cassie's heart still beat a short while after that. She was dimly aware of something clawing, rummaging through her entrails. She was dimly aware of the sound of something eating.
I miss her heart. She said I must devour it to be free. Thank you. Release me.
Tears and blood mingled on two women's faces. It became inseparable. And then there was no one there but a monster, and the corpse upon which it fed. Monster, monster, where dost thou roam? Hast thou a heart? Hast thou a home? Human, thou art monster true. So criticize me not. I will chew thy dainty bones, and leave thy flesh out to rot. Dining as lovers do. Wow! Another cannibalism ending! More cannibalism! First cannibalism was 3 weeks ago? I don't remember. Probably 3. 2 weeks ago? I can't track time. 3 weeks ago with... It gets so lonely here. Now more cannibalism. What a time. Dining as lovers do. Only 3 more endings. The princess is killed by a hungry demon, naive and incapable of understanding. Cassidy is frightened by Elowen, whose time and form is running out. Elowen comes to warn Cassidy of the incoming army, but distrustful of the monster before her, Cassidy attempts to run, but Elowen needs her heart to free herself from her curse. There's still 3 endings, and you can't. Oh, I need to figure out how to get those though. Actually, a double-edged thorn. Help do. Oh, screenshot button. Cool. Content warning. Mouse, keyboard. Too late. Into your arms, a story unfinished. How do I get those? I wonder. Hmm. Hmm. No. Both those are the same. Hmm. Oh, she has her eyes glow when she gets angry. Hmm. I could look up a guide, but that seems a bit boring. But also, this is been a bit tedious, so I just keep searching around. Aimlessly wandering, looking for endings. Hmm. No, that's the person. That's ending again. Okay, let's just Google it. Let's just Google it. With out voice ending guide. How to get all endings. Double-edged thorn. Okay, ending guide. Whee! She is highly suspicious. Bad experience. That is not necessary. Ah, this is where difference. Excuse me. I was like, oh, which altering again, but no, this is different. Yes, we go back to this one. I almost had it the first time, I guess. Kind of, I just wanted a new dialogue option. And then I wonder why she does not eat. Same ping as last time. It is the same thing as last time. I wonder why she does not eat. What a shock that was. I wonder what her reasoning. Or whatever her reasoning. It was not right for her to react so. She doesn't know Alexander, and she wouldn't understand him. But I do. And then I don't want to marry. Well, it was somewhat harsh, you know. Regardless, I'm sorry. Owen's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, but Cassidy stared at the other woman's face as she took note, staring. I would not have burdened you. Hydrate, posture check. Okay, here's your hydrate possum. Check and stretch. And thank you for that, Pat. I appreciate it. I'm trying to find the endings. I'm missing 3 endings so far. I've got them out. Got them cute art, most of them. One more cannibalism. Lovely. We found cannibalism again. Yes, cannibalism once more. I should not have burdened you with my circumstances to begin with. Well, you were somewhat harsh, you know, but regardless, I'm sorry. No. Poisonous? Are you sure it's poisonous? Cannibalistic lesbians. Yes, we do love that. It's great. Speeding through dialogue. Hey, look, it's a cute sleeping scene. Why the hesitation? No. No. No letter. At that point, I can hardly focus and I'm preoccupied with where Elowen has gone. She wondered if the other woman would visit again today. Though always lonesome before, the former princess's life now felt so much emptier without Elowen's presence. Deep in the forest. Wonder if she's there. You can see it clearly in her mind's eye. I wonder if she's there. I wonder if she's there now, somewhere in the forest. Why is this not in the guide? I'm gonna go back and save this just in case. Do ellipses. Perhaps Ellen was right to be suspicious of Alexander. I will trust you and wait. She knew the truth, perhaps, yet she was afraid to accept it. Cassie considered going for a walk, but decided against it. Before, into her own thoughts, had left a shiver running down her spine. Perhaps Elowen needed some time to herself. Perhaps I ought to take some as well. And so she resolved not to seek the other woman out this day. Let's see. Maybe I'll have some tea. She turned and was about to go into the kitchen when the front door slammed open. The exiled princess whirled around in alarm. Before her was Elowen? Cassidy. It was the first time Elowen had ever said her name. Normally, Cassidy would be overjoyed to hear it upon Elowen's lips, but yet Elowen, before for now, could only be described as a monster? What has happened to you? Elowen turned and caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the window. That's not important. You must wait. You must away. It is not safe. What? Horrified, both by the implications of and by Elowen's appearance, she took a few steps backwards.
Cassidy? Are you hearing what I say? You must leave here immediately. Come with me. I will keep you safe. You keep me safe?
She retreated further.
Looking like that? No, what am I saying? I've angered her. Just angry.
Cassie turned and ran to the last. Cassie turned and the last few steps into the kitchen. Elowen was fast on her heels, but Cassie knew her own house well. There had to be something she could use as a weapon. Something to defend herself with. Is that why this ending is called that? Huh? Oh. My friend lost a bet, I see.
Cassidy! Cassidy.
The former princess's hand closed around the handle of a knife, which she brandished in front of her.
Don't come any closer or I'll...
But Eleanor's momentum could not be stopped. She rushed forward. It was a dreadful sound, and the shock of the situation overpowered her consciousness. And Cassie knew no more. Elowen awoke slowly, in the lingering evening light, her belly burning with the sting of a wound. Nearby, someone was whispering to themselves over and over.
No, just a harlot. Not, but a murderess. Not just a harlot, but a murderess.
There was a strange human just outside the kitchen window. It was then that Elowen finally noticed Cassidy lying in a heap on the floor, 3 arrows protruding from her back.
Cassidy, you're dead. Dead. Dead!
The hapless archer was not spared. Yet, the conception of his heart did not heal Elowen. There was only one heart that would lift her curse, and she had no desire now to take it. Elowen closed her eyes and prayed to the capricious god of death, for death to take her back to Cassie's side. Good intentions can be led astray. Doubt and fear. Can a pure heart sway? A double-edged sword. Got 2 endings left, but first... The princess cannot trust the demon, and she's killed. As Elowen attempts to warn Cassidy, she's overcome with terror and fear for the monster in front of her. She rushes to defend herself, and Elowen is stabbed in the moment. When Elowen comes to, Cassidy is killed by an archer from her kingdom. Filled with rage and sadness, she kills the archer, but cannot kill Cassidy, and dies alongside her. Her time run out. I'm missing Too Late in Her Arms. Speeding through. And that beat, I clicked the right one. I clicked Talking That Beat, right? That's what I clicked, right? Just in case. How can that be? She must love trees. Perhaps she was joking. It's not like that. I want Alexander to see me at my best. I suppose she's already eaten. I'm sure she had a reason. Okay. And how thoughtful! A marriage? Wow. How do you know so much? Perhaps she cannot say. I read a letter to my brother. I wonder if she's at the tree. Eleanor is strange. Eleanor cares for me. I trust in you, now wait. Cassie was sitting at the divan, a warm cup of tea in hand as she read Alexander's letter. Letters always gave her such comfort. Oh? The ex-princess presently recalled that an agent had delivered another letter to her earlier. I was so lost in my thought that I completely forgot. How silly of me. Cassidy? Cassidy froze. Cassidy froze. Could it be? She looked up to see who had addressed her. Elowen. There was a large army approaching. They were very nearly here. An army? Cassidy giggled, shaking her off her nervousness. It must be a training exercise, or a war in the neighboring country. They wear your colors. Did your brother mention nothing in his letter? No, nothing. But there's nothing to fear. If they wear my kingdom's colors, as you say, surely they're here to aid me. Fully armed? Yes. My brother loves me, you see. Cassidy's eyes shook as she desperately tried to convince both Elowen and herself. She was worthy of love, of her brother's love, and you will not come with me. It was a question phrased as an absolute. Elowen already knew the answer. No reason to. I have everything I need right here. And then she heard it. The awful sound of steel boots trampling the flowers, the forest. She, who had been present for any number of military training exercises, could not mistake the sound of an army's march. But even Cassidy could not have predicted who would be leading them. Ah! The first emotion she felt was pure joy. She was happy to see her brother once more. I thought that we would never meet again, but here he is. Alexander's eyes flickered over to Elowen, without even attempting to mask it. He looked her over, from head to toe. He did not look at all pleased. You continually surprise me, sister. Sent into exile, and yet you continue to repeat your same sins. No, you're mistaken.
believe not. I trust you once. You could have told me anything, and I would have believed. But you have chosen to repay my love with dishonor, time and time again. You're a danger to our kingdom, an exploitable weakness. Worse, you're a sinner of the highest order. Alexander, tempt me not into sin. I am deaf to your honeyed words. As your brother, as the one who entered this world with you, it falls to me to remove you from it. This is the last act of my love. No.
Elowen reacted fast. Elowen reacted faster. With superhuman speed, she rushed in front of Cassidy to shield her from her brother's sword. But despite his delicate looks, Alexander was skilled with the blade. All Elowen's attempt earned her was the privilege of being impaled, at the same time as the former princess. The sword pierced through them both. As their consciousness faded, Cassidy watched Elowen's body dissolve into dust and withering petals. Wisteria petals.
So, you attempt even a forest spirit with your salacious ways.
But such demons do not have souls. She cannot follow you.
Worry not, dear sister. One day I will join you. And we shall never be parted again.
She could not tell if what she felt was despair or ecstasy. They say that love is blind.
Yet clearly I saw you. You said you loved me. But that was never true. So, let's see, my dear. That blind love is deaf too. Too late into your arms.
One more. But first, we read about the ending. We read about the ending. The princess waits for her for rescue, but the prince isn't here to save her. Elowen warns Cassidy of the army are drawing near. But why would her kingdom be a danger to her? She dismisses Elowen's words when Alexander arrives, betrayed and furious. He stabs Elowen, who rushes to protect Cassidy, but the blade only pierces them both. Cassidy will await her brother in the afterlife. The story unfinished is the last ending. Let us get this ending. Let us see the end of this adventure. Let us see it end. How can that be? How can your home be so but a stone throw away from this wisteria tree? How? The stone being, again, flying not even very far, like maybe like a millimeter. It's right here. Our home is right here. The tree. Here's the tree. Right the spot. Right here. The stone being thrown literally nowhere. I am like this. Like that. You want Alexander to see the best of you. Suppose she has already eaten. I'm sure she has her reasons for yelling at me. How thoughtful of proposing a fucking marriage. Fuck you, brother, you suck. Poisonous, are you sure they're poisonous? Are you certain that they are poisonous? The gaze. Yes, the gaze. Why the hesitation? Do we send Alexander a letter? No, we don't. Elowen is like that tree.
Allow me to be the first to say. Hiya, Papaya.
Hiya, Papaya, back at ya.
Hi, Papaya, Ironheart.
thank you for the follow. Welcome. You are just in time to see me get my last ending for this game. We're going for the story unfinished. I'm using a guide because it would take me ages to just randomly guess what the combination to get the final ending are. I got about 4 on my own without the guide, and I'm getting the last 3 using a guide, and this is the last one. And we are saying that it doesn't matter whatever she is, she's strange. And I am not going to comment on the remembering the several days. Knock. Alexander. Did you really love me, Alexander? Did you really know? Did you really love me, Alexander? I don't think so. Yes. I love Street Amon games. My favorite Street Amon game, I played of their original games, I've only played 2 of their full original games. I played Heart of the Woods and Please Be Happy, not in that order. First one I played, I found on through TikTok, which is Please Be Happy, and I fucking love it. It's amazing. The game is great. I recommend it. If you haven't played it yet, do play it. Do play the game. Please Be Happy, I fucking love it. I ordered the physical bundle, deluxe bundle, when it was on Kickstarter, and I haven't got it yet, but I don't regret it nonetheless. It is an amazing thing. I recommend it. Play the game. Play the game. Please be happy. Do it. Just 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 do it. Don't let the dreams be. Just do it. Yeah. Where's the game? I lost the game. Ooh, nice. Good. Good.
Wait, who? Huh?
We love Miho. Miho is great. Miho is a fucking bean. We love her. Anyways, back to Cassidy for now. The sad Cassidy girl. We love Cassidy. Cassidy's good as well. We love Cassidy. We love almost said Eleanor. Elowen. They're great. They're beautiful. They're cute. We love them. Anyways, that was the last choice, right? Yes, we are. I'm sorry, what? She had a long sigh. Her thoughts had taken her to a not-so-merry chase. If I dwell on these thoughts, there will be no end to them.
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Good more Aspen to you too, Possum. Good more Possum to you too. If I dwell on the thoughts, there will be no end to them. She brewed herself a cup of tea to calm her nerves and began reading a new book. From time to time, her eyes went somewhat nervously to the window. And so, evening fell. And the rest of the story was lost to time. Did King did King Alexander completely erase his sister from history? And what of Madame Elowen? It would forever remain a mystery. Perhaps you, too, will soon forget. Fuck you? That was the worst ending to leave off on. That was the worst ending to be my last one to find. What the fuck? I hate that. I hate it. Huh? What? What of the rest of the story? It has been lost to time. Perhaps if you make different choices. You will find an ending to this tale. Fuck you! Fuck you! Here's the problem, I don't remember how to get the good ending. I don't know how to get I don't remember how to get the good ending. But we know what we can cleanse our eyes with. The gallery. The gallery. The gallery. Well, I can move it. Cool. Look at the gaze. The gallery. The gallery. Look at them go. That's a gush. Look at them go. That's a gush. Ah, the gaze. Ah, the gaze. Ah, Elowen. You can have my heart any day. Oh, Cassidy. You can have my heart any day. Oh, look at them. They're so sad. I hated this. This I can't believe. I probably was like the first ending people most people get. I assume maybe that, or I'm just unlucky. I got the fucking sad ending where shit just disappears. It's rot. It's so sad. Can't believe it. I'm this bitch. Fuck you. Fuck this guy. He sucks. Poor Cassie gets stabbed. Good ending. Look at them go. Look at the gays cooking. Look at the gays cooking. They're cooking up a storm. Cooking up something fierce. And then this is, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean I did 2%? What do you mean I did 2%? What's the 8? Anyways, this is one of my favorite arts. I like this one. This is pretty. I like Demon Cassidy. She's pretty. She's pretty. She's pretty. She's pretty. She's very pretty. Okay, cute gay kiss. Lovely wives. Lovely demon kiss. What am I missing? Well, what am I missing? What's the 8% I'm missing? What's the last 8% is my question. Without a Voice is a Yuri visual novel released by indie game dev L Cubed. L Cubed is a team comprised of lore. Hello, Link. That opens up trash. That opens up Link doesn't work anymore. Old Links, we love them. Who handled all of the writing. Lonnie, who handled all the visuals, and Lyska. I'm probably butchering her name. Lyska, who handled the editing. Originally planned for Yuri Game Jam 2016, it feels a little behind schedule, and is finally completed in 2020. Just a little behind schedule. Just a little behind schedule. Just a tad behind schedule, you know. 4 years, just a tad. If you're interested in more information about the game, we have an art book available on the website itch.io. And I do see on Steam like $5, pretty pog. Wave's music is all composed by... The Wave's music is all comprised by this person. Exile. That's a good pun. I like that pun. Extra menus, CG animations, and a ton of other bonuses were programmed by Minute. Minute. Minute Kiwi. Published by Bell House, Studio Alon, lovingly created by with Ren Pi. Nice. Growing attains free software usage under the license. Thank you for much playing. If you can, please shoot us some feedback between on social media or leaving a comment on the issue page. Okay. Very good game. I don't know what the 8% of missing is. I'm concerned and confused. What am I missing? What pray tell? Are they missing? I would like to know what the 8% is that I'm missing. So sad. So many sad endings. So many sad endings. Can't believe it. And with that, I guess that's the game done with 8% missing, whichever. I don't know what the 8% is though, still. I don't know what the 8% missing is. What is it? I haven't a clue. But that is the game. That's the whole game. Except for 8%. That's the whole game except 8%. But that is the game. It is a good game. A lovely game. I loved it. Many sad endings, but also I like the happy endings where they lived happily ever after. Those were good. Even if one of them involves both of them become demons, but I might be biased, but demons aren't that bad. You know? I might be a tad biased, but demons pretty pog. But they're pretty pog, my guy, pretty pog. Before we find someone to raid, before we raid out, I need to find someone first. But also, I need to do my squats. 11 gushes. Damn. Can't believe it. 11 gushes. Okay. Let me just move to my pseudo face cam. That is totally real and is totally not fake at all. Totally real. Totally real face cam. Someone just went live doing. Ooh, someone just went live doing their streaming anniversary. We're each to that, but first, my hair's in my head. Horrifying. But first, we move here. I grab that. I move. No, I don't zoom out. I say zoom out. Maybe do I zoom out? Kind of zoom out. I push my chair away. I move my camera so it sees so it knows I exist. I unblock that. Okay, let me do 11 watts because I stole this from Rat Pog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. That's all of it. What's the reset button again? 3? Yes, 3. Cool. I have a memory. Oh, here's my face. Hair on my neck, hair on my neck. Hair on my neck. Weird. Hair on my neck. I gotta reset the gush counter with my commands. Gush reset. There we go. They're still on the starting student screen. And it says 7 minutes till. So do we wait so we just wait for the 7 minutes? What are we gonna do for 7 minutes? I don't know. There's still 7 minutes till they start, and then do as awkward as right into a starting soon screen. So Hmm. What do we do? Hmm. I do wish I knew there was a way to figure out what the last 8% of missing is. The menu. Oh, menu. Options. Auto speed. Font speed. Text box. Text box sounds low. If selected, skip mode will continue after choices. That's fine. Sure. Hmm. Species. Lol. Hmm. I do wish there was a way to know. I'm missing. Am I missing just a obscure single dialogue just hidden somewhere through random choices? Hmm. Probably. I think we'll sleep together. Real quick. Lol. As you do. Hello. Oh, it's this one again. Oh look, look, I found an ending. Oh, look, I found a happy ending. Look, I stumbled upon a happy ending by literal accident. By just clicking random buttons. Lotus go. You already asked for possum, a happy ending. Aren't you happy? You got what you're looking for. Ah, well. Hey yo, happy ending. Rage. Rage. Those are harsh. Those are such harsh words that struck Cassie's mind. They stuck to Cassie's mind. So, Alexander came himself, and not to visit me, not for my benefit, not even to help me. He came to. Cassie was overcome by a feeling that she'd never before felt in her life. Rage. It was an indignant rage, an all-consuming anger, sort of despair. One she had loved him. This was her twin brother, one whom she entered the world with. She would have given him anything, except her life. As Cassidy gripped tightly onto Elowin's arm, the other woman began to change. Her appearance softened, became more and more human. Whatever essence was tainting her seemed to be draining away. And instead, that same essence. No. This was also an option. Ellen muttered to herself so softly that the exiled princess did not hear. Then she spoke louder. Cassidy? Yes? Shall I help wreak your vengeance? Can you? Yes, but you must stay with me, damned as we may become. I would gladly walk through the flames of hell at your side. Render no. It was all Ellen needed to hear. A declaration of love in and of itself. She allowed her essence to flow freely now into Cassidy. The pair together began to change forms, growing more monstrous, more powerful. The soldiers did not stand a chance against their combined might. Do you wish to kill him yourself, dear heart?
is perhaps your duty.
On either side of them lie mounds of corpses, but in front lay the greatest prize, King Alexander himself.
No, it's alright, Ellen. It's alright, Elwyn.
Alexander, in his terror, could not utter a single word.
I'm better than him. Go! Never come here again. As for today, you no longer have a sister, and I no longer have a brother.
And so the kingdom returned, broken and stumbling, to his kingdom. He would never forget, though none would believe him. Even on his deathbed, he continued to babbling on of beautiful demons. As for Cassie and Elwyn,
Goodness, I've no idea how your hair gets so tangled. It is the wind, my love. Is that so? We shall have to teach it a lesson. Demons though we may be, I don't believe we can do anything on to the wind. But with that attitude, dear one.
decades passed, yet the two of them remained unchanged. It was a freedom, a power that Cassie had never known. Every day, there was more to uncover, more delights to find. Most of all, the pair enjoyed learning more about each other.
Cassidy? What is it? Do you? I love you. How do you know I was asking that? Perhaps I was asking what you wish to do today. I most certainly were not. You most certainly were not. It's alright. I'll tell you as many times as you like.
Elwyn settled into peaceful happiness, leaning against her beloved. After all, demons could not lie. She was secure of Cassie's feelings, but never tired of hearing about them. Even now, without a doubt, those two are still there, living happily ever after. United in love, sharing their hate. These demons live on, laughing at fate. Together, we are eternal. Okay, they're now live properly this time. They're off the screen. So, it is time to go raid! Is that their name? Did I spell it correctly? No! I misspelled it. Like an idiot. Where is there it is? That is their name. They're doing their 1-year streamer anniversary. Let's go wish them a happy anniversary and all that jazz. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Bonlivia, Possum, Ira Hart. I'm misspelling your name. I'm missing your name completely, probably. But also, once again, thanks again for following Ira Hart. We appreciate it. Hope to see you again next time, wherever I choose to stream next. I don't know when. Probably tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But tomorrow, if I do stream tomorrow, I'll probably be streaming Tears of the Kingdom. Again, thanks to everyone for stopping by. And hope you have a lovely evening. It's now evening time. It's 7:30 p.m. Lol. And once again, have a nice Sapphic Sunday. Bye-bye. Bye, papaya.